Hello. What's up? Hello, we're back. Hi. Sorry about that. You might notice that my camera looks a little weird, and that is in no small part to the litany of technical difficulties that I am having. It wasn't just something that happened last stream and then has left me. I am continuing to have... is that better lighting? It's a little bit better. Technical difficulties have just continued. It's been awesome. Why? I just realized my camera is super zoomed out. Why is the camera super zoomed out? This is a software thing. It's not even like a hardware issue. Oh, there we go. I just hit reset, and it's just like, oh, yeah, we know what you want. Oh, yeah, we know that you don't want your exposure to be automatic. Here you go. Here's it manual again. Why? Why was it not just like that? So sorry I'm late. Hello. How are you? How am I? How are we? Let's see. Chat sentiment, I think, should be working. It is a little bit. At least it's a little bit working. Let's see. I'm going to turn down the decay factor. Or wait, no. We'll just turn up the decay interval. That's fine. Okay. What's up? Mega's not in yet. More tech problems. The saga continues. I know. When it rains, it pours. I feel like I haven't had almost any tech problems in like a month or two, and now they are just piling on. Okay, let me just make sure I have everything up. I gotta get all of that working. I think that is. Hello. I just finished watching episode 3 of AOU. Episode 3 was interesting. I mean, you might gather from my title. I didn't quite know what to make of it. I mean, I did in some ways. Oh wait, no, not Google Sheets, Google Slides. There we go. I definitely lots of good things and lots of other as well. I see some of my words in there. Sample size is very low. It is, but we'll see. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Because the main thing I wanted it for was doing the voting for the polling. Now I was going to try and kind of I was going to try and do something with commands, but then I didn't have time and I didn't want to fuck with it too much and create even more technical issues for myself. So we did not. I was surprised the direction we ended up going. Yep. I agree. There was just some surprising things about it. And I will start off before we really get into it. I will say hello. I'm Mega. I talk about Critical Role and TTRPGs in general. This is a discussion, a breakdown of Age of Umbra episode 3. I will be including spoilers, lots and lots of spoilers. If you're okay with that, I will also be recapping the episode and talking about what you need to know for next time. So if you want to tune in live tomorrow to Age of Umbra episode 4, maybe stick around and maybe you'll be able to. And that is pretty much it. Let's get somewhat into it. I'm not sure why I didn't enjoy Age of Umbra or Candela. I guess it's because everything is so dense and sad. I like the usual campaign shenanigans and silly fun. Weirdly, I love the sad exueps. I will certainly say, I don't know if I wrote this down, but I did think to myself, this is a weird introduction for me to Daggerheart because it is so horrific. Like, it's so horror-coded. And that is not typically my bag. necessarily. I don't have anything like against horror or horrific settings. They just don't really draw me in, I guess. And so that is like very much a part of this that I don't want to say I'm having to like push through it. But the horrific nature, I think, is really going to pull in some people. Like the limb wreath, right? The limb wreath is mechanically interesting. But like the body horror of it all just does nothing for me, really. Like, I am a little bit of a weenie, I won't lie. But it also is just like, it also doesn't really like excite or titillate me in any way. I'm just kind of like, oh, okay. It's, you cut off its limbs. Oh, it's kind of like Hydra-esque, sure. It's just nothing. I don't know. It's just kind of whatever to me. So that is something but that is like a personal aesthetic, difference that I do or do not enjoy. That it's nothing to do with the quality. I think it's a good horror, thing. But yeah. It seemed like an odd episode to me, and I don't know if I can put my finger on why. I think we're having similar reactions. That is why the title of this stream is like, it just kind of confused me, Just kind of confused me. I'm willing to let Matt cook. He's earned it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. It felt off, but mostly because the combat never felt deadly like it did in the Velk fight. Yeah, which was very interesting compared to the narrative flavor that led into both of those fights, Yeah. Pre-review, is it Corrupt Mayor Talk Time? Nah, man. It's a theme stream. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, all theme streams, we're talking about what we're talking about. So we're talking about Age of Umbra. That's what I'm going to keep the discussion on. So let's see. Okay. So the thing that I wanted the top words for especially is wait. There we go. I guess my measurement was slightly off on this. Poll time. I think there was a lot of things I could have asked about, but I like to ask about things that I think there might be some amount of distinction on, or like maybe like a deeper conversation we could have. And to me, the thing that it felt like we could most concretely talk about was Erin, right? We talked a lot about Erin last time and how I felt like her presence was sort of integrated into the story. He really quickly integrated, or he really, really quickly said, like, hey, Erin is gone. Erin is gone. There is very little hope of saving her. How'd you guys feel about that? And this is, you know what I need to do? I need to write down a note for myself. I need to be able to, like, clear the top words. I need to be able to, like, set them all to 0 or something before I do a poll. And, like, maybe, like, only accept numbers. Be able to enable poll mode. No words, only numbers, reset tokens. Dang. So, not going to be that useful, because the top words right now are Spencer and Spencer suck. Also, it seems to not even be registering that you guys are putting in numbers. Am I filtering out numbers? Oh, God, I might be. I might be filtering out numbers in my stop words. Damn it. Okay, well, the poll is a failure. That's fine. I can see generally the sentiment is somewhere between 3 and -2. A lot more of a generally middling response. Not a lot of 5s, not a lot of heavy feeling about it, but it seems pretty even across the board. You know how some campaigns have backup characters? I'm thinking that Liam and Laura are backup players. Dude, maybe. That would make the most sense at this point. It is wild to me that they're not in yet. Yeah. 3, but it's more complex than that. I wish Erin was savable, but if she's not, I think it's a good thing that Matt made that clear up front. Fair enough. Yeah, I think that's a very valid take. I am not surprised that she wasn't savable, but obviously that was a whole discussion last time. So I definitely get that. Is there a reason the scale is 5 to -5? Because I like 5 to -5 more than 0 to 10. There's theoretically the same amount of granularity, but I think that negative numbers express dislike better than like 0 to 4. Personally. As a member of the Erin was important group, though I can definitely see the other side more now, I was disappointed. I can feel that. Scale explanation? Not a bad point. Not a bad point. I can throw in a scale explanation command. Wait, I need to pull up an actual sticky note. Let's see. A scale explanation command. That is funny because last stream, people were like, I don't get the scale right at the end. And I was like, no one had a question on the scale before. And then I immediately get a question on the scale. Let's see. -2, yeah. Yeah, and I will say for myself, I was like a +4 on it. But that is mostly because I went into it not really having much in the way of hope that she could be saved. I did not have a ton of faith that she was coming back from this. And so I am much more firmly in the because I didn't have a lot of hope that she was coming back from it, or I didn't have any sort of expectation or desire for that. I was much more firmly I'm glad that if that was not going to be the case, I'm glad that he let them know right up front. That was a big positive to me. So that we could kind of do the fight without any false expectations. But I can definitely see that being tinged with disappointment were I to have had more hope for her, you know? I think clarity being given as to her state was good, but it lost a couple of points because it felt like it lacked depth or exploration as to why. Ooh. Okay, yeah. We will certainly talk about depth later in the stream. Because there is definitely, I feel a lot of asymmetry in the depth of this series so far. And I think that there is something to be said about it being possibly a result of the format, right? A result of the limited series nature of what is going on. But I think there's maybe some other things as well. I don't think it is entirely that. So I definitely, that is adjacent to one of the things I really didn't like. There's one very concrete moment, and feel free to play a game in chat. I was pretty evenly split on things I liked, I was unsure on, and that I didn't like in this episode. But there was one thing that I disliked above all else. And I'll give a gold star to anyone that can guess it. And by a gold star, I mean, I'll put a little heart in the chat. My bad, and or you're welcome for asking about the scale. Oh, definitely not your bad. If you're confused on the scale, you should ask. Absolutely. Depending on what side of the argument you were in, I was on the side of explaining it. The fact that she still had her body at the end of Ep 2 is why I thought it was possible. that is a fair. I think that is a fair expectation. Yeah, I think it's. I think it's the entire. How do I say it? I think that the lack of depth that I have felt across any of the episodes is a distinction between like kind of the flavor or the expectations that were set up versus the actual like payoff and like mechanical experience of it. Right? We did not, her still having her body and like seeming to still have some humanoid characteristics at the end of episode 2, I think very understandably gives you hope that, okay, yes, she's infected, but she hasn't been all like swollen up like Velk, right? Like Velk, we talked to him for a while, very human, then the smoke goes into him, and immediately he transforms and gets like big and swollen up, and he is off to the races. Whereas Aaron stayed humanoid even after she gained her destructive power for a little bit, you know, right up to the end of episode 2, and then she almost immediately goes monstrous at the end of episode 3. So I very much understand why. And I can't fully explain why that expectation wasn't established in my head, personally. Fat Yoshi, I'm gonna have to time you out, man. I know you're just like venting and that's fine, but it is unfortunately distracting when the chat is moving slow. I feel for you. I'm sorry, but it is. I keep looking over, thinking that someone's talking about Age of Umbra. Yeah. Sorry about that. But anyways, let's see. So yeah, I definitely get that. Let's see. General synopsis. This is basically what happened this episode. They defeated Aaron the Limwreath, Aaron / and she transformed back from like her Limwreath form back into an almost Aaron form, but she still had some like disfigurements, body horror stuff. They then just kind of like took stock for a little bit. They talked to the Triarchs, who made a plan to plan at dawn. They basically said, "Hey, we're gonna talk about it tomorrow," which, you know, fine, fair enough. Then the Triarchs assigned jobs, which was a little interesting to me when that sequence first started. When the Triarchs first started like talking about all of the options, you know, they were talking about like, oh, there's the Barrow, there's Velkoru, there's the place where Ghost Hook's going to end up going. I don't remember exactly what the name of that place was. It was where all the demons and devils were. And as all of that was kind of getting put on the table, I was like, oh, okay. For sure, man. For sure. We're going to get a lot of optionality on where exactly to go with this. But then, almost immediately, the Triarchs are like, all right, Ghost Hook is going to the demon place. The Drowned Sprawl, I believe. Or no, not the Drowned Sprawl. Not the Barrow Blighted Repose, the Gilded Shambles. There we go. They say Ghost Hook's going to go to the Gilded Shambles. You guys are going to go to where they ended up getting assigned, the Barrow of Blind Repose, which is the tomb of heretic Saint LVR. I don't know. And it was it wasn't bad. It was just a tad confusing to me. And then it got, honestly, a little bit more confusing because at a certain, like, one of the three Triarchs, Trevor, who I think is a new name so far, Trevor brings up Volkaru. And he's like, we were thinking about moving the population of Desperlock there, but we can't really do that. We were thinking about going and asking for their help, but we don't know if it would really do that much. He kind of talks out how they had some ideas about Volkaru, but how none of them would really work. And so I was like, oh, okay. And then they get assigned to go to the Barrow. And then after they get assigned to the Barrow, they are then like, hey, and does anyone like know the barons in Volkaru and like could like convince them to come and help? And I was like, wait, what? What are we? Okay. It's all very kind of all over the place, to me at least. And then lastly, the party set out. The party, oh no. The party sets out after getting all of that information from the Triarchs, talking to some people in Desperlock. They set out on their way to the Barrow. And what to know specifically for EP4 that I think might be relevant in EP4. The pyre is gone in Desperlock. They do cross a river. That's so true. The pyre's gone. And the Enduring need a sacred branch to relight it. Also, I've been debating this. I was debating this the entire time I was taking notes. We need a name for the party. I can't just keep calling them the party. And I honestly want to call the party the Enduring, because that is like a cool party name. But it's also the name that everyone seems to give themselves. Like that is like the term for like mortals in the apocalypse. So I'm torn on that. I kind of just want to call the party the Enduring, unless anyone has a better idea for a name for them, because I can't keep calling them the party. So second point, the scholars and the party believe that there's a branch in the Barrow of Blind Repose located across nearly the whole map. So the Barrow of Blind Repose, from what it sounds like, I didn't get, an exact idea, but it seems like, I'll kind of describe where the Barrow is. Did I not take notes on it? I thought I did. Oh, yeah. The Blessed Branch of the Barrow of Blind Repose, high in the Idle Hollows, not far from the Astro Foundry, north of Amber Reach. So I'll bring up the map really quick, because that might be useful. So Amber Reach, and he also mentioned them going through the Cinnabar Quarter. That's where kind of the mercenary factions are. My assumption is that this is the Astro Foundry, because these are the Idle Hollows, which are these like mountainous kind of containers. Now, it is also possible that this thing is the Astro Foundry. It doesn't seem overly likely to me. I could also see this thing being the Astro Foundry. But regardless, it being north, and like in the Idle Hollows, north of Amber Reach, it's almost certainly going to be up there. So they are going to have to go through basically the entire ruin of the city, wherever the Astro Foundry actually is, to get up into these mountains and ultimately find the tomb. Now, that is basically the entire length of the map. They are going from the very bottom, all the way down here in Desperlock, all the way across Amber Reach, and up into the Idle Hollows. And they also got an amount of confirmation that is about a 2-week journey. So that is about how long they are going to be gone. Also, something you might need to know, the party might run into August's family, Talison's character, and that is not a good thing. So that's maybe the other thing to be prepared for if you didn't watch the episode. Name suggestion, Velk's End. Velk's End, I don't mind. Pioneers. Pioneers, I like. It's a little bit harder to say, but I'm into it. I kind of like Pioneers. I was hoping you'd do this. Thanks for the map. Absolutely. Absolutely. I was surprised no one wanted to check if the newly opened monastery had a branch. Okay. We'll get to that. Because, yeah, another reason that this episode was a little confusing to me. So, I wanted to start this time with things that I didn't like. I wanted to end on more of a high note, especially because it seems like YouTube sort of ramps up the number of impressions as the stream goes on. So more people were joining later the last couple streams. And so then they were joining on the things that I didn't like. So I wanted to put that first, and then we'll go into things I actually did like. So we're kind of reverse ordering it. So, number one, still no environment actions, man. And it's like, I don't know. I'm not even going to, I don't have anything complicated to say about it. It's just like, man, come on. I'm really hoping, given that we're going on a big, long trek, we're going on a big, long exploration sequence, I am really hoping that there are some environments with some environment actions. Because we just haven't gotten them yet. Sorry you didn't like this, man. Yeah, this is a screen grab from number 2, Lurking Darkness, Wasting Actions. And look, man, if you are really into gambling, I guess, but it's like Lurking Darkness, and it's specifically like the thing I didn't like specifically was it in relation to the keeping watch mechanic, which with the keep watch downtime action, you are spending one of your downtime actions. Like imagine in D&D, you are only recovering half your health, or you're only recovering half of your spell slots, right? Something to the equivalent of that. And you are taking that half, and you are spending it on the chance that you roll well, right? You want to roll well. If you roll like a 1, you've basically wasted it. You know what I'm saying? So it's already a gamble, just doing the action in the first place. But it didn't really sink into me this episode that there's an extra layer of gambling, which is you having to be the one that picks whether or not you use your roll or Matt's roll. It's not just advantage. It is a second layer of choice, and you only have half of the information. Like, you only have what you rolled. So in this one, we saw Taliesin choose his roll, and Matt had actually rolled better. So it would have been more advantageous if he had just... Like, it would have been more advantageous on the whole if August just had not taken watch. Which is just strange. Like, getting actively punished for spending resources is just a strange situation. And this screenshot is from Matt explaining that, of like, yeah, you know, it's a chance. Like, you know, I may roll higher, I may roll lower, you know, who knows? And I guess, you know, I suppose. But it's like the fact that it is this much gambling and this much chance and randomness and like lack of information, and you have to spend a very valuable like component. You have to spend a very, very valuable thing, which is one of your downtime actions or one of your long rest actions. Just the combination of the two is just very, very odd to me. I would more understand it if it was something like you have to take on a stress maybe in order to do it, or something just maybe less valuable than one of your downtime actions. For how weird the resulting mechanic is. So I was not into that. And I would also say something that I wrote down in my notes, and I'm glad I did. I was like, this could make sense. This sort of mechanic could make sense in a setting that is desperately trying to encourage you to go back to the pyre. Like, because you don't have to deal with lurking darkness if you're at a pyre, having it be this weird, like having taking watch being this strange and like kind of like random, that could just be an extra push towards going back to a pyre. But that feels very strange given what just happened with Matt basically deleting their pyre with little to nothing they could do about it, right? It's like there was some route that they could have taken that would have resulted in the pyre not getting extinguished, right? But given how much is pushing them towards going back to Desperlock, I think it would have been actively strange if they had not gone back to Desperlock when Aaron started showing those symptoms. And so for everything to punish them so hard for it, it's just strange. It all doesn't, it feels like a, what's the term for it? There's like a combo and there's a non-bow, right? A combo is like, oh, these things, a synergy, they work together to make each other better. This all kind of feels like a non-bow, where the things that push them towards going back to the pyres ultimately resulted in the pyre getting destroyed, which then makes the things pushing them toward a pyre even more oppressive, So it's just strange. I've got a screenshot of the map with the location of the Barrow. I think it took it from session 0, but I can't remember for sure. Shall I share it in Discord? Sure. Yeah. Throw it into spoilers. It felt weird because there was a vigil of Desperlock also keeping watch. Yeah. But like, because Erin was a sick little girl, she made it past the vigil. And so it's strange. It's strange. It feels as though the world is incredibly punishing in a way that would be intuitive to the characters and is ultimately like dissonant with the choices that they made. But it's not the player's fault that dissonance exists, right? It's a very strange scenario where I fully understand why the players are making all the choices that they're making. It just seems to be sort of accidentally dissonant with what is actually, going on. Let's see. Okay, so the Barrow of Blind Repose is up here. Okay. So okay. That little building right there is the Astro Foundry. And then, okay. Oh, wait, what? The Screaming Forest is down there. So why? Wait, what? Why do they need to go through the Screaming Forest? Oh, I was very okay. So they're going to have to go along here. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, something later that I was like, I'm not really understanding what is going on. Is it in here? No, it's not. Volcaru. I'm assuming, because Matt talked about how Volcaru, like their pyre could be seen off in the distance. I thought it was incredibly strange why the people brought up Volcaru after they decided to go to the Barrow. But now it seems like, okay, this is the Screaming Forest. So that would indicate to me that for some reason they are going along the Ashen Sea instead of like up and through here. Like they are not going to go through this direction, which seems more direct to me. They are instead going to go across the water here, through Volcaru, through the Screaming Forest, up through the Ashcall Quarter, through and then ultimately up to the Astro Foundry and the other place. Weird. Yeah, that is strange to me. I guess it's because they, I don't know. Maybe it must have made more sense if they were looking at the map, like when they were all looking at it together, because none of them seem confused by it. So I'm going to broadly assume that there is an explanation for why they are going the way they are going that makes sense to them. But it doesn't make direct sense to me. Oh, you can't see it? There it goes. You don't seem to have changed anything, but it fixed itself? What? Oh, you guys couldn't see the Discord map. I know exactly why. Because I did not. I have the... There we go. You should now be able to see it. I forgot that I have Discord hidden so that I don't accidentally flash something. So the Screaming Forest is down here. The Astro Foundry is right here, and the Barrow is up there. So the thing that was confusing to me is why they would go down the southern way like this through the Screaming Forest, but instead of like to the right over here. But I'm not entirely sure. But I'm sure it made sense to them because none of them seemed at all confused by it. Sorry about that. That was because I was showing Discord. My bad. Okay, and then number 3 on things I didn't quite like. And I did forget to do, I meant to do like highlighting so I could show what I'm talking about, but we're talking about number 3 right now. Oh, wait. Yeah, but if that is the only way to leave the area of Desperlock and the jungle, why didn't they go with Ghost Hook? Yeah. I'm not, I don't know, man. It's weird because we'll get to it, and I actually really liked the environmental planning sequence. Because everything that I am confused on, the players seemed to very much understand. So it seems like there is like a layer of information that like either like just wasn't sufficiently communicated to me as an audience member or, you know, something like that. But the players seemed to get it. So I'm not going to, you know, totally list that on like things I didn't like, but it was still a little confusing. But anyways, 3, character over environment in travel specifically. Because last time I said, I gave kind of a takeaway portion of last time I said that I don't think Matt's character over environment style or choice is bad. I am slightly amending that. I really loved that there were distinctions between the paths. We'll get to that. Like I liked what the like distinctions in the environment, or I didn't like what they were. I liked that they existed, right? I liked the way that the environment was characterized and like helped not guide their decisions, but gave them something to base their decisions on. But I realized, especially as we went, that they were mostly to entirely based on the entities that exist in those environments. In the actual travel sequence, the only description of flavor that had any substance to it was around the entities in the environment, right? It was the big stomping thing that actually stomped out the bridge, or how they interacted with the environment. They're hacking through the jungle, or they hear the ocean. But the ocean doesn't sound any special way. The jungle isn't, like, the jungle could have been straight out of Tarzan. There's nothing to tell me that this is a jungle in the Halcyon domain in the Age of Umbra post-apostasy, right? It is just a jungle. Even the big stomping thing, like, as much as that at least did do some amount of characterization, that could have been a T-Rex just as easily as it could have been, a Lethal Company tree guardian guy, right? I think it was more likely the second one, but it was all very focused on the entities, and I think that can be fine, or at least a neutral trade-off in somewhere like Desperlock, or somewhere that's close to Desperlock. But I do think it will really hamper a sense of scale and movement and travel if the only time we can sort of detect any sort of unique change is when they encounter a new entity. And especially if that entity does not feel actually tied in with the environment, right? You could put giant stomping thing basically anywhere. That really didn't give me any sort of movement or scale as to how far we had actually gotten away from Desperlock. We didn't have really like a change in biomes or anything like that. And I don't want this to say that, or I don't say this to say that Matt isn't focusing on environment. I actually realized how many places in the Halcyon domain that I really do want to explore. Like, there's a lot of interesting stuff, and the environment is interesting. But when we're actually going through it, when we're actually experiencing the nuts and bolts within actual play, during the actual course of play, the environments are just very flat. And again, that can be okay. Like in Desperlock, I don't think Desperlock was wanting for that lack of depth in the environmental descriptions because it had a ton of characters. Like, the sense of movement and scale that we got in Desperlock was largely, I think, around all of the different characters that we encountered and all of the things that those characters implied. Like, the fact that Master Steelbore is the head of some group or organization called the Works implies an amount of industry in Desperlock. Like, it implies a forge, and like the fact that they have a vigil that seems to have permanent members, like not just, volunteer militia. Like, there's a lot of interesting things going on in Desperlock that are all sort of handled through the depth of character. But when we don't have characters to interact with, I think it feels very flat. And I think that, again, can be okay, but I think it's going to really hamper a large travel sequence. RE environment actions, was the Undertow not an environment action of sort? Matt spent a fear on it. If it is unclear. It is ambiguous. You do not have to have a actual environment and an environment action and like an environment stat block statted up in order to spend a fear to just make a situation worse. They were in the middle of a countdown challenge. So I'll bring up the rules for that possibly. I need to hyperlink to the rule book for these streams. Or not hyperlink. I just need to bookmark it because I do occasionally pull it up. But let me pull it up here. Open library. Let's see. I'll pull it up on there. Core. So this was a countdown challenge. So right here. You can use countdown to track progress towards an event, consequence, or adversary move. Some stat blocks and adventures specifically call for a countdown, but feel free to use them in any scene you wish. And I think that was much more what was going on here, is we were in just like a free scene. When you introduce a countdown, you can either directly tell the players you've done so, I'm starting a countdown, or not. Oh, wait, I just realized there's a lot on screen that makes this a little hard to read. Let me put it more like this so that it's a lot easier for you guys to read. There we go. That's a little bit better. It was an environment called Raging River. It's in the book. Really? I mean, we'll see. I'll go and look it up because I would be interested in that, but I didn't see any manner of reason to think it was an environment. Like, let me go and see the Raging River. Let's see, environments, page 245. Do they have page numbers on here? Could I actually see that? Raging River. There we go. Okay, so there's DC 10, Dangerous Crossing passive. A PC rolls a failure with fear is immediately targeted by the Undertoe action without requiring a fear to be spent on the feature. Spend a fear to catch the PC in an Undertoe. They must make an agility reaction. Interesting. Okay. You know what? I will amend my statements. It is... Okay. I would put this more into, I guess instead of something that I disliked, then I would put this more into something that I was uncertain on. Because I did not get a sense that this was an actual environment. Which is interesting, especially because, and I'm thinking about this more actively because I was just wrong here. I'm thinking about this more actively because the times when we have been fighting an adversary, right, with a stat block, very obvious, very clear, whereas this one to me was much more. So under the radar that I didn't notice it, right? Like, there was not a feeling of distinction between what happened here and just a normal countdown. Now, that could be seen as a positive, like the fact that I didn't even realize, and it wasn't clear to me that Matt was using a stat block for this environment. That's kind of cool. Like, that means that it is easy to just grab a stat block, grab one of the environment stat blocks, slot it in, and for your players and for it to not be overly obvious to your players that a stat block is being used. Because I definitely just assumed that it was just a random countdown challenge. And that might be because, maybe I On a success, they must mark a stress. On a failure, they take and move close distance down the river, becoming vulnerable until they get out of the river. Yeah. And it also might partially be because there was none of that. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I forgot you weren't using a book. I am not. Yeah. In the book, environment actions are extremely loose. For instance, one of the ones I can remember is to have some NPCs show up with a default unfriendly attitude, not even combat. Yes. No, that certainly tracks. And I don't know quite how to phrase what I am thinking about it, because I am of two minds. I like that, again, I like that you could just grab one of these and put it in and it not be obvious. But I didn't feel the, I guess, substantialness of it. Like when I look at this stat block, I am feeling a much more, not drawn out encounter necessarily, but like there was no sort of patient hunter. Did Dangerous Crossing get activated? I could see it possibly having gotten activated and I just didn't notice. And I will say, one of the things that I didn't like about it, that I, in retrospect, just don't like about this stat block, is that it uses a countdown, which I will explain more of. But that is one of the big things that made it feel not like an environment to me, which is kind of interesting. I'll have to think more about exactly why, because I know why I didn't like it for a raging river, but it's interesting that it also made it not feel like an environment. And I'll have to think on that more. I have an inkling as to why, but another example, the players aren't even involved by default. They can walk away. Yeah. Which, I like that sort of thing for an environment. Yeah. It feels a bit like Matt did want them to travel with 4 NPCs. A little bit. Yeah. It's almost like Matt of 2025 has figured out some things that Matt of C1 hadn't yet. I did think it was very funny that out of all of the things, it felt like the Gilded Run. I was like, the first time there's an environmental anything, it just is the Gilded Run Part 2. Yeah. Yeah. Dangerous Crossing was the countdown. No, sorry. I know Dangerous Crossing was the countdown. The second part, the PC who rolls a failure with fears immediately targeted by Undertoe. In my memory, which is not that precise, and I wasn't taking that big of notes, in my memory, the only time a party member got hit with Undertow was when Matt actively marked a fear for it. I don't remember them passively getting hit by it. But overall, I'm sort of surprised CR isn't using AOU as advertising of DH, like pausing the game to cut to a current edited feature. Matt explaining, here I pulled a stat block for an environment. I am a little bit surprised by that. We talked about that in episode, I think, 1, that I think this particular miniseries could have done with maybe a bit more post-production just for the sake of Daggerheart. But it seems like that's just not what they were going for. They wanted to make a show that is just like their normal shows and just set it and just use Daggerheart for it is what it seems like. And I think that has advantages and disadvantages. There's definitely one that I would have preferred, but I can't say that they made the wrong choice, I think it would turn off a lot of their current audience. Yeah, possibly. Would make it feel less authentic, which is important for an actual play. And this is why, it's tough. I think it depends on what you're targeting, because to me, if I was not the person that I am, in the position that I am, I would only be watching Age of Umbra to learn about Daggerheart. Like that is the only reason I would be watching it. Like I said earlier, I'm not into like the body horror stuff. I'm not into horrific settings in general. So I am purely watching it for Daggerheart. And I don't know. And so for someone like me, I would be much more interested in learning about Daggerheart. And I would much prefer it as if there was more sort of, I guess, marketing material, quote unquote, built into it. And I do think that there is a sizable portion of people that would also prefer that. Like, I have been recommending people watch Age of Umbra who have never watched Critical Role before. Because I'm like, oh, you should go and check out Daggerheart. And I think for that segment of people, it would be very helpful. Maybe not even like cutting to a talking head necessarily, but like having like an on-screen little pop-up or something like that. Yeah. So I think it would be good marketing. I think maybe I disagree with that, but I do think that I think there is a sample, or not a sample, a section of the audience who are watching it for different reasons that would be turned off by the marketing. Yeah. It's interesting thing for me because I don't know if anyone at the table is really into it either, but that might just be me struggling to rebuild my suspension of disbelief. Maybe. I think that is what Get Your Sheet Together is for, and they've mentioned that more are coming, but I agree on-screen rules blurb would be nice. Yeah, and I mean, Get Your Sheet Together is a totally separate sort of thing. Like, there are plenty of Daggerheart rules explainers out there. I think the benefit of doing it within within an actual play itself, like within the actual course of play, has a lot of benefits in terms of explaining things that you can't get any other way, but anyways, so I am wrong about one. I will put a little note on there. Never mind, I'm wrong. Because I was just wrong. I will have to think on that a little bit more to actually process how I felt about it and how I felt about me not being like. I think I am mostly split, regardless of the actual environmental stat block itself. I am very of a split mind that I couldn't tell. I think it's good and bad, but I can't quite pin down why I feel that it's bad. And maybe it's not bad. Maybe it's just good. But I have a feeling that it's bad, but I can't exactly pin down why. Yeah. If they wanted to do a thing where they broke away for rules, they also could have chosen a different frame. Dread and horror suffer a lot if you break away. That's fair. I mean, there's definitely an argument to, like, why did they choose Age of Umbra in general? I'm sure that they have a reason. And it seems that Matt is very into the setting. So he possibly, I can see it being as simple as Age of Umbra is the setting that he would feel most comfortable GMing, And when you are putting this sort of thing out there for the first time, there's certainly something to be said about like maximizing your own comfort. So that like it's better to do at least I can see there being an argument. I don't know if I agree with this, but definitely an argument to be made that like it's better to maximize Matt's comfort for the first introduction into Daggerheart as opposed to using a frame that is more not necessarily consumable, but is more maybe like broad audience friendly. Matt wrote the frame. Matt created the frame. I guess I'm sorry. To be clear, I did know that Matt wrote the frame. I don't know how many of the other frames he wrote. My assumption was that he was a writer on most of the frames, but I could definitely be wrong about that. That this might be like one of the only ones he wrote. But he definitely seems to be comfortable on it. Like this seems to be something he is very into. And especially there's like the trailer for it. I think he's like describing it of like, you know, it's like Dark Souls and like this and like that. And that's just the shit that I love. And so I think, that is that could be a big explanation for why Age of Umbra, you know? I personally think that any impression that a player isn't into it during an actual play is just them living in the dread of their characters. Maybe. I think I was just projecting. Possibly also, yeah. Yeah. He's the main writer on Umbra. Gotcha. In a way, Age of Umbra has inspired me to run DH specifically because this is not how I would run the setting. Okay. Anyways, so moving on from that, I'll think more on the environment actions, and I'll get back to you on my thoughts. But moving on from that, number 4, Misty Drowning. This was actually the thing in the entire session that I disliked the most. And it is not even really close. This is one of the things, and there's a large part of me, like, I have an argument for why I think everyone should not like it, but I think there's also this is a large part of like my personality and my own preferences for why I specifically didn't like this. But this is something that I talked about, like not being very tense when Aaron was getting infected, right? I had like kind of lost some of my suspension of disbelief. Misty Drowning absolutely ejected me from the story. it sent me into orbit of like, oh, we're playing a game. Okay, for sure. Right. We're playing a game. It's not like a story with like, you know, its own inbuilt like fictional coherency. It is a play pretend that has to be bent in service of the rules. And it felt extra odd to me in a system that is so story forward otherwise. Like I think in order for me to like come back in and not be so negative on it, Matt's explanation for why she could drown would have needed to be incredibly convincing. Like I would have really needed to have like a really, really solid understanding of why it still makes sense that she could drown. And the explanation that he actually gave, I will say it did not convince me that it wasn't just him bending over backwards to make a ruling that doesn't make sense within the fiction, but is seen as necessary for balance. That is all I got from that. And, you know, those sorts of moments are okay. Like, I don't want to come down too hard on those sorts of moments. But I found it especially weird in Daggerheart that, while not necessarily rules light, is much rules lighter than something like D&D. And like I see Matt being like, do you have an ability that means you don't breathe? Kind of rankled. That is kind of it. Is like, do you have an ability that says you can't breathe? Just came off to me as like, well, no. Obviously she doesn't, because the description of a clank is like less than a paragraph of like, to me it was just so strange of like a question and like of a thing that he felt like he couldn't give her when there is so much in this setting where players' choices have mechanical, or not even necessarily mechanical, but just like substantial consequences. Like her choice to be a clank has had substantial influence on how she interacts with people and like all of the like social repercussions that could come along with that. Same thing with the Aether Weavers, obviously. And so I think this one kind of rankled me the most because it felt like if you choose one of these things, like a clank or a fairy, you are going to get a lot of downsides, but I'm going to bend over backwards within the rules to make sure you don't get any upsides. Because this was to me, this was like a perfect upside. It's like, yeah, like she wouldn't breathe. She's a statue. She's incorporeal. Like that is just like a natural benefit to her being a clank in the same way that there are a ton of natural detriments. And so then like locking that off just felt so tough for me. It felt I don't know. Especially in a game that I have praised for being somewhat auto balancing. Like the hope and fear mechanic really helps auto balance the entire system, like every situation you ever get into. The hope and fear helps auto balance it. And so especially in a game with like broad, consistent auto balancing, at least partially, it feels even less necessary to be restrictive on that sort of thing. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of valid reasons why a mechanical being might hate being underwater, but yeah, Matt phrased that oddly. And that's what I'm saying is like, for me to come back down into it, I would have needed a convincing explanation that didn't feel like it was being made up on the spot. And I didn't get that. My only takeaway is that when you have non-organic life, that thing should be considered before playing. Totally. And I think that may be a thing I hadn't said until like a sentence ago, is like it needed to feel as though it wasn't being thought of in that moment. Because with it being thought of in that moment, all of my instincts say to like go on the side of like what makes fictional sense, which I'm more split on in D&D. Sometimes I go on the side of like what makes sense. Sometimes I consider mechanical repercussions, but especially in Daggerheart, it seems like erring on the side of like the fiction and what makes sense is even more available to you as a DM. Clank is hard because it isn't just robots. And there are some that would see being underwater working and some not, which I guess brings it to the DH view of flavor it to whatever, but the mechanics stay the same. I think my maybe not necessarily problem with it, but I don't think that there are any mechanics that address breathing underwater. So that's a tough part for me when the ancestries are so short. Like, there are so many mechanics that just don't exist but are purely implied that I would assume that breathing underwater and that sort of thing is just an implied mechanic that you should just assume as a table based on what makes sense in the fiction. Like, that's kind of the direction you have to go as rules get lighter and lighter and lighter. Like, as you get less and less density of rules, you have to start implying mechanics based on just what makes sense. And the more and more and more rules you get, like the more dense and the more rules heavy you get, the less you have to do that implying, right? You know exactly which species in D&D have dark vision. Whereas dark vision isn't really a mechanic in in Daggerheart explicitly, you have the I believe it's like the not undercommon, but it's like the underborn community that has like advantage on seeing things in the dark, but they don't have explicit dark vision, right? That's not like an actual honest to God mechanic. That sort of thing still has to be implied. Ribbit has a specific amphibious ability. Does it? Okay. I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to take that. I do know a lot less about Daggerheart. Ancestry. Ribbit. Because I do want to see like the. I believe you, to be clear. I want to see the actual text of it. Let's see. Because I don't know if that will support or deny the way that I'm feeling. Amphibious, you can breathe and move naturally underwater. So, this is tough, man. Because the way that is written, and I'm really trying to examine right now if I am just being stubborn or if this is like an actually valid way to feel. But the way that is written to me, I hone in on the naturally part. I think it makes a lot of sense that a clank would not move naturally underwater. And they certainly wouldn't breathe naturally underwater because they don't breathe at all. You know? And so it's, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. But I can also see a very valid argument that it is, you know, it is that does imply that other races cannot breathe underwater. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. I don't know. I think the thing that saves it somewhat is that it wasn't a choice Misty made, assuming she could breathe underwater. If she had made that assumption, then found out it was wrong, it would feel extra wrong in universe. She would, of course, know. Yeah, that's fair. I do think there are levels to how bad it could have been. Yeah. Oh. DH is written loosely in a lot of places, which has its issues. Yeah, I mean, it's a broad issue with not just DH, you know, but it's a broad issue with as you kind of go up that rules light ladder. Yeah, that is fair. It's a new system. We are all figuring out where we stand on almost everything. Absolutely. Yeah. And I think we're all used to a system that sits a bit more on the hard side of rules. I am definitely more used to it. I have a little bit of experience with Blades, but Blades is it's a little different than Daggerheart in terms of like where its density is. Yeah. Okay, but let's move on from that. Let's get into the stuff that I liked. Stop being so negative all the time. And then we'll end with things that I'm uncertain on. Things I liked. Garrick's reaction to Aaron's death. Sounds a little bit morbid as something that I liked. But, and I think that people will obviously say, you know, he did a great job with the initial reaction of grief and the initial sort of emotion of grief. I think I saw like one of the top comments was like the wail of like a daughterless father or something like that. Like he obviously did great there, but beyond that, this is something that I was anticipating. I was anticipating having myself ejected. I was anticipating losing suspension of disbelief, and Matt absolutely held me in it because I loved how Garrick processed. I loved that by the time they were leaving, you know, I can't psychoanalyze Garrick and say exactly how far he was through the stages of grief, but he had pulled it back together, and he was ready to, like, work and help, and like he was like, you know, someone has to get the food. And that, while obviously callous, was so much more evocative of how the world has been described. Like, I have talked at length about how the scale of the world has felt odd to me because the flavor and the depth of like the environments when they're described has not exactly held up to the actual course of play. Garrick was the opposite for me. Garrick was something that, from everything that I knew about the Halcyon domain post-apostasy, he reacted exactly how it felt like he should have. Like, it feels absolutely right for him to have reacted in that way, given how the Enduring have been described. If he had reacted and grieved in the same way that we do, like in our normal fucking Earth lives, I would have been like, boys from Earth, huh? Hasn't stepped foot in the Halcyon domain. You know, it would have felt odd to me. But I really, really loved where Garrick ended up and how quickly he got there. It just the characterization of how the Enduring had been characterized, it fit perfectly for me. So I loved it. It was really, really good. I thought he was going to be more distraught, and then when he wasn't, I started to think before he even said anything. Was Erin his first? And no, she was not. Yeah, man. Yeah. So that was fucking awesome to me. I was really into that. To be fair, even in our world, throwing yourself into your work is a somewhat normal response. Well, I think that's one of like what I love, or that's part of what I love so much about it, is that he still felt like a human. Like, if I try to picture myself in his shoes in the Halcyon domain, it feels very reasonable that I would get to where he got to, and I would get there that quickly. Like, it felt like a reaction that would be maybe a minority or an anomaly in real life, you know, certainly still possible, but maybe not necessarily common. And for that to be sort of flipped and for this to feel more like the common response, totally meshed in with my understanding of the Enduring. So I was super into that. The exploration prep. So despite what I have said about the exploration so far, I think that the best exploration prep sequences are sequences in which they could have tedium, right? They could have tedium of measuring paths and comparing, like, okay, if we take the left one, you know, it'll be 1 day faster than the right one. But, oh, the right one, you know, maybe has these little diversions here. I think the best exploration sequence could have that, but have distinctions and like unique factors between the possible paths that are more pressing and more pertinent than any of the tedious factors. And I think the way that Matt presented the paths was solidly diverse, especially because the factors that he presented speak to potentially different builds, you know? I wrote it down here. I took some notes. The Basilica Quarter, which has all of the marauding factions, right? Factions plural, and like marauders, bandits, to me speaks to potentially builds that are proficient in, something like political games, or social skills, manipulating people. The fact that there are multiple and they are probably kind of tenuously in line with each other, but are probably, a little bit frayed at the seams. This isn't a stable community. Like, so much of that was like, oh yeah, like that's like the social route a little bit. And then there was the opposite one that was like the Celsian Athenaeum. Hopefully I pronounced it right. Which has these distracted monsters. And I thought that the fact that they were like distracted and like looking up at the Athenaeum was very interesting. Much better for either like strategic combat or stealth or both. Like the fact that not only is it is just like, oh, there are intelligent factions over here, and there are non-intelligent factions over here. It's not just that. It is terrifying monsters that are probably more specifically manipulatable compared to intelligent people that have a little bit more tension between them that might be able to be exploited. And those were very distinct factors that separated the possible paths. And really, like, I think they made the planning sequence really cool. Like I really, really loved the planning sequence for that. Also bringing in the Screaming Forest for Tal. And I think that any of those individual factors are going to be so much more impactful than the literal distances. Especially when the distances are probably the difference of a day or two. On the order of like a 2-week journey. Because they did ultimately ask how long the journey would be, but it seemed to not really be a factor. So I loved that for this story, but in general, I thought that was a great exploration preparation. Are you channeling Magic the Gathering? Sounds like you were about to say Selesnya. Who knows? Maybe I was my mouth was searching for a word I knew how to pronounce. But I don't even know if I know how to pronounce that word. I don't even recognize it. But maybe I do. Maybe it's buried in there. It is still so weird to hear Maya talking about current day CR stuff. I know. It's strange. It's strange for me too. Don't you worry. I think I have a pretty solid PC death theory. I'm curious what others think about it, but would it be okay to share now? Because it could be a big spoiler to you and chat. When you mean like when you say PC death theory, like it would be a spoiler to me about like campaign 2 and 3. In that case, I might put it in like the spoilers chat, like the spoilers CR chat or the spoilers Umbra chat, and just like mark it, within the spoiler tags. If it's just a spoiler for Age of Umbra and like doesn't really involve campaign 2 or 3, that's fine. No, this is about AOU. Okay. Yeah. If it doesn't, yeah, how confused were we were live on Umbra? Yeah. During these discussions, I'll put it generally. During these discussions, I am assuming, or I am cool with anything that involves the most up-to-date Umbra information. And if it's, something that was discussed in like Get Your Sheet Together, that's fine. That's totally fine. I guess it isn't a spoiler unless it ties to old stuff Mega hasn't seen. Exactly. Yeah. I during these streams, don't feel like you can spoil Umbra. These streams are definitely Umbra spoiler cool. It's just like campaigns 2 and 3. So in the Sam ads of the 3 eps, the players wore the same clothing. Oh yeah, this is totally fine. Which means they shot the Sam ads in the same day. This happened when Liam and Laura were already at the table, but Travis was not. Does this mean Idol will die? Ooh. Yeah, no, this is cool, Mike 30. This is totally cool. That's a definitely interesting theory. I didn't think about that. I noticed that Laura and Liam were at the table during the ads, but I didn't notice that Travis wasn't. But I could definitely see that, of Idol dying at some point and them still coming in later. It is incredibly strange to me that Laura and Liam are still not in it. And I've just kind of, I don't want to say I've given up, but like I've I've given up trying to predict when they will come in, because it seems to me that if their entry was not plot dependent, like if it wasn't like a pre-planned for like a certain part, like a very specific part of the plot, or if it was not pre-planned for like a meta point, if it's not one of those two, I can't imagine that they wouldn't have done it yet. Like, it feels like there is some either meta rationale, or they are just not going to really be maybe not full PCs. I don't think they may just not be PCs in the same way that the others are. It might be a thing where they will come in if the PCs that we are already familiar with are like go and do a certain thing. And if they never go and do that thing, maybe they just never come in. I don't know. It is very, very weird. But it's very strange, and I don't really know what to make of it. I'm pulling at straws when I say all that. Yeah, nothing seems to like pattern match to me. Like I can't imagine a scenario in which they thought to themselves, we are guaranteed going to have them in it. Guaranteed. We are just going to introduce them more slowly. If that was the case, it feels like they should already been here. I don't know. Is it a spoiler to talk about the sponsor Darrington Press, a completely separate from CR, not created by them? Shut up. Oh man, it's still wild to me. If you're not in the Discord, I had a message because I rewatched that moment and I am still shocked and shaken by it. I cannot. It's so. It's the most surprised I have ever been on stream, because every other moment that I have been surprised, it has been something that how do I say it? It's been like an extended moment where I've either been like trying to figure it out, or like something happens and then it makes sense within the story, and like I like add it to my mental model of what is going on. But this was something that I had a pre-existing mental model, and then I experienced a moment that was not meant to shatter my mental model, but absolutely did. And it was easily the most surprised I have ever been on stream. I think largely because it was not purposeful in any way, you know? Oh, it's crazy, man. I don't like the theory that they replace dead characters, but it's feeling more and more likely. Yeah. It's a common one. I hope it's not true, but it's feeling more likely by the ep. I agree. It's feeling more and more likely. It is strange, but it is what it is. Mental and physical double take was great. Yeah. We have all been waiting for Lament for months, but in the Bazaar stream, you said they were separate, and I suddenly wanted the Darrington name reveal even more. Yeah, man. Oh, it's so funny. It was, that episode was fucking jam-packed. Oh. Lima and Laura's characters might be people looking for a branch, and the party could have a conflict over who gets to keep it. Certainly. You know, there's all sorts of, how do I say it? There are all manner of theories and like reasoning that I can come up with for why they're not here yet. But we've gotten to the point where I just don't feel confident in any of them yet. I feel so unconfident. Like at the beginning, I was like, okay, if I was designing a miniseries and I wanted there to eventually be these 7 players, but I don't want to drop them all at once. I want to let the audience get used to them. Like, that made sense to me. I was like, okay, yeah, you don't want to overwhelm the audience. But now, that seemed like the most likely motivation for them not just like starting as PCs. Now we've reached the point where that motivation doesn't make sense anymore. And I am struggling to come up with another motivation for why this is happening the way it is. And without that, like, without a motivation, I just don't know. I don't know. I have no idea what could be causing it, or why they would be set up in this way, you know? There's got to be an element of discordantness. Because nobody at the table reacted / knew it was shocking. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, yeah. Yeah. Because, like, even the, I think, you know, the one that people would think of is Raishan and not Liam, not Landry. What the fuck is Raishan's alter ego? I can't remember, but there was that moment, which I was Larkin. Thank you. Yeah. The Larkin moment did surprise me, but I knew that something was going on, and everyone at the table knew that there was something that was going on. So it was ultimately less surprising than especially this thing that none of them even knew. Like, you know, because it was in the past, they couldn't possibly know what this would ultimately become. And so it was just just radically surprising in fiction. And that was also the thing, is it wasn't like this guy had been there for a while and then he revealed Darrington. It was, you know, first 3 sentences that we got from him. And so it's like, I'm already surprised that Sam is back. And then there's an extra layer on top of it of like, Darrington. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. That shit was crazy. Anyways, I'll get back to AOU, but I am positive that I will talk more about that between and during 86. Makes sense in a deadly campaign if there are no backups for the players. I'm curious how many will make it to the end. I'm also curious. Because they came into it with a very clear definition of like deadliness and like a very clear expectation that they're not going to come back. And both of them two of them have already risked dying. So it will not surprise me if any of them die. And to be fair, I think I'll probably talk about this if one of them permanently dies. I'll probably talk about it more. But I do love the expectations that have been set up. And doing a very brutal campaign, or a very brutal couple of sessions, I think actually might be the sweet spot. Like, one-shots are kind of inherently, like, okay if a character dies, because it's one session. But permadeath within a campaign is a little tricky. You know, it definitely can be done, but I think it has upsides and downsides. For a limited series, I think that's the sweet spot, where permanently dying has more stakes than it does in a one-shot, because there are future sessions that you could miss out on. But the amount of cost there, like the amount of future sessions being inherently limited, I think rides that line of increasing the stakes, but not increasing the sort of unhappiness, like consequences, nearly as much. Like, I think it increases the stakes by like 10, I don't know, we'll call it 10 arbitrary points. Arbitrary investment points, I guess. But I don't think it increases the like bad feel by the equivalent. I think it increases the bad feel by like 2 or 3. Because, you know, it's like, okay, I'm going to miss out on some sessions, but I know when the end date is. It's very easy to play around. as opposed to a campaign where you might not even know when the end is. So I think it's maybe one of the best scenarios to have permadeath in. At least the scenario that most naturally, or that naturally gains the most benefit for the least detriment, in my opinion. Yeah. AOU has really been subverting all expectations in terms of direction. Oh, absolutely. It has subverted so many of my expectations. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a bit behind in cries, but I'm hyped to catch up. Oh, dude. 85 is my favorite episode, period. But it was weird in so many ways, but like all in a lot of good ways. But I said I wasn't going to talk about it, but 85 was great. It was also back to back, yeah. I meant it in a mini campaign. Never mind, he brought it up. Yeah. I would argue the first half of Ep 85 is crucial to working so well. Oh yeah. Anyways, and then finally, or actually, wait. Oh, sorry, I forgot we're still on number 2. And I knew it. There are more concurrent viewers now. That's the way the impressions work. I'm glad that I did the things I didn't like first, and now we're just talking about all the stuff I do like. I prefer it this way. I'm gonna keep it this way. Number 3. Each character had somebody they are more personally connected to in Desperate Lock. This was something that I didn't necessarily realize that I wanted, if that makes sense. But watching it actually play out, like in practice, I'm like, oh, I'm going to think about that for my own personal campaign. Like, I'm currently running in a Ghost of Saltmarsh. Like, I'm currently DMing Ghost of Saltmarsh, which takes place in Saltmarsh. It's, it has one kind of hub town, and the players, can kind of circle out from there, but they always come back to Saltmarsh. There's a lot of NPCs that are kind of meant to progress through the module with them, and one of my PCs kind of has a character that they're more aligned with, but that's because it's kind of like a romance subplot, And that is totally valid for a character, an NPC that they might be more personally connected to. But my other 2 players don't have a similar thing. Like, they don't have a romance subplot, but they also don't really have an NPC that they are more connected to than the other players are. They kind of have it, like there are some inklings of it, but watching it play out, especially during like phase 3 of this episode, I was like, ooh, this is really cool. I like this a lot. And so it's something that I don't have like a super deep well of reasons to talk about it, but it just came off so interesting to me. And it made all of the characters feel more like individuals. Like, it implied an amount of depth without actually needing the depth. Like, it implied that, like, this NPC has an amount of depth and this character has an amount of depth that they would connect independently of the party. And that is so much value to get out of, like, a simple relationship. And then beyond that, because of all that implied depth and connection, I think it allows the players kind of some space to role play their character more deeply. That implied connection of this person likes me totally separate from the party implies things about my character and like allows me to explore those things in a way that I might not be able to, or might just not feel comfortable doing, within the context of the broader party. So I liked it a lot. And it was something that was somewhat surprising to me as to just how much I enjoyed it. Yeah. Did you see the info that we learned from the cooldown, or is this just from in-episode stuff? In episode stuff, cool. I mean, I'm totally down to learn stuff from the cooldown. Was that posted in spoilers? I didn't read anything about the cooldown in the spoilers chat. Oh, cooldown info right here. Let's see. Handed it to the players to create some Desperlog NPCs. Okay. Marisha made all of the Pyre Keepers. Travis made Aaron, Garrick, and Ghost Hook. Tal hopes they don't meet any of the NPCs he made. And Sam made the Drunk Hoarder. Ashley did not mention anyone she made. Interesting. I love that. I'm absolutely into it. So yeah, that I was very, very into it. And then number 4, related to the environment stuff, I was really into the countdown challenge. Or was I? I don't know. Well, I like the countdown challenge in general. I think it's a really nice mechanic. I really enjoyed it in Blades in the Dark. I was happy to see it as an explicit kind of moment within this. It is, like I said, it's funny that it's basically the Gilded Run. But I did enjoy it. But it also does lead me into some things that I'm unsure on. And honestly, I would have reordered these if I had kind of remembered. I ended up reordering the slides last second, so these make a little bit less sense. But I'll go straight into number 3. And maybe, oh no. I'll go into number 3. So we're doing number 3. The countdown challenge that was actually chosen. So, and this is even more complicated now that I know that it was an environment stat block. Like, my uncertainty is only higher on it. Getting across the river was really, it was strange to me in terms of its actual implementation of a countdown challenge specifically. What is the countdown challenge? Good question. Really good question. Playing an adventure, I can pull up that rule because I do think it's an incredibly interesting mechanic, and I think it allows a lot more perceivable depth, which I like. Countdowns. So let's minimize the screen so that you guys can see it a little bit easier. Countdowns. Sometimes the GM or a specific mechanic utilizes a countdown. Countdowns are a way for the table to keep track of a coming event, which you do by setting a die to a certain value, then ticking that number down until it reaches 0. A countdown might tick down every time an action roll is made, every time a PC rolls with fear, during each downtime, or any other parameter set by the specific mechanics or by the GM. To learn more about countdowns, see the countdown section, which I will go to the countdown section. But a countdown challenge is kind of a subset of countdowns. Clocks, basically. Clocks, yes. If you know about, BitD clocks, clocks, yes. Using a countdown, advancement, effect, the standard countdown. There we go. Many adversaries and events use a standard countdown in which the die begins on a specific number, such as countdown 4, and ticks down every time a player makes an action roll regardless of the result. So this was a countdown challenge, which I'm surprised they don't actually have a specific section for. It must have been a subset of one of the paragraphs that I skipped over. Maybe a dynamic countdown? While in combat, short countdowns, etc., etc. Multiple countdowns, dynamic. There we go. Okay, so they call it a dynamic countdown. Sure, that's fine. When a situation is being actively influenced by the players, you may choose to use a dynamic countdown to track it. Unlike standard, It doesn't tick down every time a player rolls. Instead, it's influenced by the outcome of their rolls or their choices. You leaving? Goodbye. Have fun. Good luck. Love you. So this is, so it would be categorized as a progress countdown instead of a countdown challenge. Sure, that's fine. Progress countdown makes sense. So, I think the term is progress countdown. You got there before me. Dang it. The countdown mechanic felt odd. It was like a skill challenge with less structure. It is. And the thing that was odd about it to me, and this is where I want to very much layer on my uncertainty. This is not in the category of things I didn't like. This is things I'm unsure on. When I used clocks and like progress clocks in Blades in the Dark, they were broadly for overcoming what I would call obstacles, right? If you've ever heard me talk about my map notation, I delineate between things that are just like challenging paths or challenging areas versus obstacles or obstacle areas. And my delineation between those things are like a challenging path, which is kind of what the Raging River was, is something that stays challenging the entire time, right? There is no overcoming the challenge necessarily. There's purely subverting it or getting through it. Whereas in more D&DS terms, a goblin that wants to kill you, that's an obstacle. You pacify the goblin in some way, or you actively subvert it. Whereas maybe a room filled with gas is challenging, right? You're not gonna suck all of the gas out of the room. And you can already tell with these two delineations, there's some overlap, right? A specific thing might be a challenge or might be an obstacle depending on how it's handled. If you just sneak by the goblin, they're still going to be there on the way out. But if you do somehow like light all of the gas in the room on fire and like dissipate it, well, then you've completely overcome the gas and it won't be there on the way out. So these things aren't strict delineations, but I am much more used to using progress clocks and seeing progress clocks used when it is for an obstacle. So the kind of like classic example, I would say, within Blades in the Dark is trying to like lockpick a safe or something like that. And especially like if the safe is very difficult to lockpick. You might have a progress clock that like marks your successes through that. So it's like, okay, I got like the first tumbler set or something like that. And that's like a tick 1 on the clock. And within Blades, and I actually think within Daggerheart as well, let me confirm. But I believe that there are meant to be like, yes, okay. So they still have it, dynamic countdown advancement. So one of the other benefits of clocks, and in this case countdowns, take them as interchangeable for when I'm talking about them. One of the other things that makes them distinct from just a skill challenge, which is like a series of skill checks, is that the result that you get can have an impact on how far you advance through it, right? So in something like a progress advancement, if you succeed with hope, that ticks down 2. If you fail with hope, there's no advancement. If you succeed with fear, it only ticks down 1, and if it's a critical success, it ticks down 3. So there is a dynamic, which, yeah, I mean, they use dynamic countdown, fair enough. there is a dynamic layer to how quickly you advance through the challenge, which is very cool. The reason I'm uncertain on it when it comes to the Raging River is that it felt a little like there's no mechanical reason that I think you can't use it for a challenging path for the Raging River. There's no mechanical reason that I think it's better for an obstacle. It's purely a narration issue, or like a narration suitability, because when you are purely overcoming an obstacle, like let's take it back to the picking the lock, right? That is like straightforward progress. That is straightforward progress that like one sort of like one individual or maybe multiple individuals spend, like they spend effort and like that action roll to try to progress through. And it's very, very simple to narrate them just making more or less progress as individuals and towards a like very like objective end state that doesn't have any amount of like gradation or gradient to it, right? Like an obstacle is pretty linear most of the time. Ignore that. That was for my campaign. So like when I think about in my head the like abstract structure of picking a lock, there is like the lock is 0% picked and then the lock is 100% picked, right? And if you ask me, what does it look like for the lock to be 75% picked? That is super easy for me to imagine and to narrate as a GM. But what does it look like for a group of people to 75% cross a river? It's kind of weird. It's not impossible by any degree. But when I think about what does an entire group 75% crossed a river feel like, it's just a little bit stranger to imagine in my head. Like, does it mean that 75% of them are fully across the river? Or does it mean that like 50% of them are across the river and some of them are still in the river and some of them are not across the river at all? And that has direct implications when we consider what the actual mechanic was. This is why I'm not totally confident that I like the fact that this was an environment rather than just a pure kind of countdown challenge. Right? The fact that it was an environment means, where's the Raging River? Give me it. Raging River. The fact that it was an environment means that which PCs are in the physical river matters. You know? Like the fact that like one of them were actually in the river has an effect on who can be targeted by Undertoe. But that seems strange when paired with the much more linear progress clock. Like the idea of multiple PCs within a party separately making action or making progress through something rather than on something. It's just very odd. It's just very, very strange. And I don't know how well I feel like it narratively meshes. Again, there's no real mechanical issues. It's just that the DM has to decide what each success means in terms of who is in the river and thereby who can be targeted by these other features, which is something that an obstacle does not really have to worry about, right? And if you had, say, a party of 4, then this makes total sense. But when they had a party of 5, just the narration sort of becomes decoupled from the mechanics in a strange way that I think is not totally suited to progress clocks or progress countdowns. Like, progress countdowns, to me, encourage flavor and narration, right? Like, a progress clock in BitD, when they're picking the lock in a safe, the progress clock, to me, it encourages flavor, it encourages description, it lets me as a DM know what I should describe. Like, it gets all of us on the same page. All of us can directly imagine what 75% through a lock looks like and feels like. So it puts us all on the same page of the narration, whereas this requires more effort on the part of the DM. You know, it requires the DM to still make some narrative choices that aren't directly implied by the progress clock. And again, that's not out of the range of acceptable. It just feels... It feels like it is not capturing one of the main benefits of a progress clock. And so now I will read some chats, because I've seen chats coming in while I was talking. We're on number 3, the countdown challenge that was chosen. D&D skill challenges cap how much you can spend in order to establish explicit failure conditions. Right, and I think that's one of the reasons that progress clocks are interesting to me, is that unlike a skill challenge, they allow you to like spend more for a potentially better result. I think that dynamism is kind of interesting, especially, you know, with what I've talked about. For an obstacle like the river, making you spend until you win or give up is actually very cool IMO, very thematic. Kind of reminds me of the failure is that it takes longer DM advice. Yeah, and I mean, that is captured within the dynamic progress clock. You know, if you just roll and you roll with fear, you know, you just have to keep rolling until you succeed, until you kind of make that progress. And that again, we come back to why I'm unsure. Because there are some ways in which I do see an interesting fiction captured. I am amused by the notion of an alternate reality where they TPK'd right there, and then we just hard cut to Laura and Liam. That would be funny, yeah. The fact that it's a fixed countdown feels odd. Even Sam was like, but we're 5 players. Well, and it's interesting because, like, it almost needs to be a fixed countdown because of the fact that the fear and hope already auto-scale for the number of players. So theoretically, all of the challenges within Daggerheart are relatively independent of player count. So if you then scale a challenge on player count, you are actually adding additional challenge, essentially. Like, if you made that a countdown 5, that is relatively more challenging than it would be if it was a countdown 4, regardless of player count. It's a weird, like, fallout issue of the fact that the fear and hope so naturally and nicely balance the entire system, totally independent of player count. When you've already removed player count as like a considerable balancing aspect or factor, if you start scaling things off of player count, you're actually like modifying the challenge, not matching it. Very weird. So I don't even know that they should scale it on player count. Actually, no, I don't think they should. I don't think they should scale it on player count, but it's very strange if it's not. You know, it's weird. I think there being multiple improvement vectors is a good thing because it gives more flexibility, but it's certainly more dependent on improv. Well, and multiple improvement vectors isn't necessarily the issue here. You know, if I have my thing again, it's not necessarily that there are, like, if we consider the lock example, it's not that there are, the only way to progress is to pick the lock. It is purely that, because actually, if we're really breaking it down to how I would describe it in D&D, or sorry, in Blades in the Dark, the real of it is that the goal would not be to pick the lock. The goal would be to get the safe open. And picking the lock is one of the ways to progress towards that. It would be to get the door open. So another way would potentially be to like use magic to soften up the metal. We can consider attempting to pick the lock and softening up the metal to both progress towards getting the door open. And again, when the goal is this binary, it's easy for me to narrate, you know, that progress. There's probably a bomb in the save. Shut up. Shut up, one of my players that played in that campaign with me, and in which I did put a bomb in a safe. Shush. But anyways, yeah, it is not necessarily saying that there are not multiple ways to accomplish the goal or to make progress towards the goal, but it is that the thing that those improvement vectors affect is more linear. You are just progressing towards the door being open. And what that looks like, and you could say, and again, you know, this all comes back to, I'm just unsure on it, because you can just describe like the goal as getting everyone across the river. But to me, what that looks like in between is much more murky. Like what that looks like between start and end of getting them across the river is so much more murky than it is of getting a door open. So that's why I'm uncertain on it, you know? Mega player. That is a mega player. Hopefully they didn't want me to call them out, but they also referenced something specific, so I don't feel bad. So yeah, it is all about like what the goal is at the end of the day. And this one just felt odd to me in terms of how I described the progress towards that goal, you know? So that was something I was unsure on. I didn't know about it. I'll have to see it again to see how I feel about it, you know? Then, you know, I know we started at number 3. That's just because it made the most sense linearly. Number 1, the quest hooks. This one I was also unsure on, because at first it seemed like there were several quest hooks, and then suddenly the Triarchs assigned them a specific quest, and it's like, okay, now there are no quest hooks. And then it was like, okay, but maybe there are more quest hooks again with the, you know, oh, you can stop by this other pyre, and, but then it was another, I don't know. It's all... It all felt very chaotic. It all felt very like, what are we doing here? It's like, it felt like Matt was offering things to us, and then he was taking them away. And then he was putting them back on the table. And throughout the entire thing, we never even mentioned the monastery. Where is it in all of this? Like, I don't even know what notes I took on it. Yeah, it wasn't even brought up. Like, I think there was a very soft implication that there would be things there that would be of value to Volcaru. And so if you're stopping by Volcaru, which it wasn't clear to me if they were going to do, but it does seem like based on the map that they are definitely going to go to Volcaru. So it's like there was something there with like, okay, maybe they stopped by the monastery first to get stuff for Volcaru, but then none of them even considered it as an option. Like, I don't think it was ever even like brought up by Matt or any of the players. And so if it was an option, I would have expected it to be more explicitly highlighted. And honestly, before seeing the map, I was even more confused at how they were going to balance Volcaru and the Barrow. But now it seems like they'll just go to Volcaru on the way, so that's fine. But it was just, it was odd. It's just strange. Yeah. 1 and 2 are intertwined. I agree. I thought the monastery was a quest hook, but it turns out it wasn't. Once again, are we not searching for a branch in the holy place? I could not agree more. It seems as though they went to the monastery in order to start the actual plot, but the plot is now hinging on something that, to our knowledge, feels like it could be in the monastery. Like, now that the plot hinges on a sacred branch, and they talked about, they were like, we're going to avoid places where we're pretty sure people have already gone and explored and plumbed. Isn't that, like, definitionally the monastery? Like, isn't that one of the entire reasons that Desperlock exists in the first place? Is to have a consistent base camp to try and make progress towards this place that has never been able to be accessed? If there was anywhere that a sacred branch would be, would it not be the monastery? Right? Like, it is so odd that I feel like I'm missing something. And that comes back to the title of this stream. I'm just confused. Like Seth Eshelo said, the weird part was the fact that nobody even mentioned it. It's like, I feel like there is just something I'm not seeing. Kind of like the Volcaru thing. Like, in retrospect, now that I saw the map that someone posted in the Discord and I see where Volcaru is in relation to the path that they're taking, it's like, oh, okay. That probably made sense to them because they saw that Volcaru was on the path that they were already taking. So it didn't make sense to me because the players had additional information. But I cannot imagine what information the players would have that would make them not want to check out the monastery. It's so close. I don't know. I guess Matt already had a plan for the plot, and players' contribution to creating the starting town was just flavor. Maybe, which is just it's tough. One, I'm actually, if I'm not totally mistaken, and I might be able to find it in my old notes, I believe they also created the Barrow, and I'll make sure that this is sized correctly. Let me see. Let me go back to my session 0 notes. But I think the Barrow was one of the locations that they created, which maybe that's the thing. Maybe he wanted to hit all of the places that they created. Let me see when I get down to Desperlock, because they created Okros. There's sales of the Cataclysm. Even then, larger things definitely set in situation. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Oh yeah, those were my predictions. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-boo. Lore setting stuff, a pretty good time. It's hard to read, I know. Let me zoom in on that a little bit. So these are all communities. Creating the starting settlement live on air, yeah. Let's see. Tal said panning for history. Desperate Lock is their home. They're adding additional things to the map. Oh, yeah, I forgot the ever-shifting sinkholes, yeah. Oh, maybe I didn't write down everything that they made. I must not have. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I hope it's not true. I'm a huge fan of DH-style session zero world building, but only if you're going to use it. Otherwise, it's a waste of the player time and worse than doing nothing. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it'll really be dependent on how this all plays out. But it truly is, it's a strange diversion. And maybe one of the most, like, I talk about, I talk a lot of times about how, like, actual plays, or at least the ones that I've watched, I am highly confident that they are not scripted. I am highly confident that the GM and the players do not have, like, a script of, like, plot beats that they need to hit. But I have also said many times that I think in an actual play, players are much more just naturally incentivized by the presence of the camera. They are much more naturally incentivized to follow along with what their DM presents to them. And I think that a lot of times, everyone involved is really good at the magic trick of that not being super obvious. Like, they're really good at the magic trick of following along and accepting the hooks that the DM lays in front of them without making it too obvious that they're biting at whatever they put down, right? They work it into their character and the decision making and all that. And normally, when I've watched Brennan do it or when I've seen Matt do it, the GM also puts in a good deal of effort to make the hook biteable. Right, to make it not feel super strange that they're biting on this, because they do need to get through, some pre-made sets. They have to go to certain places and have certain interactions, and the players know that, the GM knows that. So, like, everyone's on the same team of, like, trying to progress. But normally they're good at hiding it. They're good at hiding that they're not just biting in order to progress, that they are biting because it makes sense. And if that is what's going on here, which is unfortunately kind of what it seems like, it's one of the most obvious places I've ever seen it, if that is what's going on. Which right now, that feels like my best explanation, is that Matt has a plan, which all GMs do, and especially actual play GMs. And the players know that the GM has a plan, and so they are incentivized to bite on whatever the GM puts in front of them. I don't know. That feels like the most likely explanation, but I'm holding out, not hope, but I'm holding out, an amount of, like, I'm very ready to be wrong about that. Because I've never seen it be so... I've never seen it be so obvious and not explained within the fiction. Like, the fact that there are absolutely no comments at all about the monastery in this planning sequence it is difficult. I'm not saying I can't do it, but it is difficult for me to come up with an explanation that is not related to them biting on hooks, you know? Yeah. It seemed like Matt offered several possible paths, and when they didn't actively pursue one, he had them given one by a settlement leader. Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I think I understand. It's like, it felt like he gave them multiple paths at like the very start. If that's what you're saying. Oh geez. Wait, what just happened? Are we okay? Yeah, we're okay. Sorry, my analytics like crashed there for a second. That was weird. But it seems like, yeah, they had several options at the very beginning, and they chose the monastery. And then it feels like he just kind of turned them around from the monastery. And then it was like, okay, here are several options. But I don't feel like, you know, in the case of just the options offered in episode 3, I don't know that I agree that they didn't actively pursue one. It was like the options were laid out in front of them, and then the Triarch almost immediately was like, we know who's doing what. Ghost Hook's doing this, y'all are doing that. Like, they would have had to actively interrupt Indrova, or Idrova, in order to, like, claim one of the options. Which doesn't feel... And again, it's like, to have the monastery just not even be brought up is just, it's odd. Like, more than anything, it's just strange to me. He also might have asked them off camera how they wanted to proceed, and possibly the monastery is setting up for a larger story. Very possibly. But it is, and like, I can totally believe that. Like, in fact, I don't know, not only can I believe that, I think that is likely, that there is some manner of meta explanation for this, that either Matt has a plan or the players just weren't interested in the monastery. And that's valid. That's completely valid. If your players say, we are not interested in going back there, more power to them. But just completely ignoring it in the fiction is just wild to me. It's not scripted, but this does feel like way stronger rails than I've ever seen CR. Yeah. D20 is far closer to scripted because everyone is cognizant they have specific episode number and pre-made maps. I don't think the players know beforehand what is going to happen, but when Brennan drops a hook, they know they need to bite for production reasons. Exactly. And I think that is that factor. I don't know what we want to call that factor. It feels like there should be a name for it. I guess we'll call it like the, for lack of a better term, maybe I'll coin a better term at some point, the actual play funneling pressure. Feels like the players are more actively funneled into certain courses of action by the nature of it being an actual play. And that actual play funneling pressure, I think, is always there. It's just less present in CR than it is in D20. In D20, it's much more present because of the limited run of the episodes. And so I was expecting it to be present here, and I was expecting it to be about on par with D20. But this feels extreme. This is maybe the most funneling pressure I have ever seen in any actual play that I've watched, which, to be fair, is not many. But it is very strange. They don't know the maps? Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they know the maps. I don't think they know the future plot points. I don't think the players are aware of anything other than the awareness that there are things, which is why I think maybe we'll stick with funneling pressure for now, because it is certainly not scripted. I push back on that notion at its base. It is purely the pressure of production. Yeah. Outside of one-shots, Matt really hasn't really done short-form actual plays that I can recall, so it could be nerves affecting the gameplay. I'm even surprised that none of the players brought it up. Like, again, it's, relating it to like the pyre that they're going to stop by on the way. I was confused by that until I saw that map, and I was like, okay, their path is kind of going to be this. And so, it makes sense that they can do both of these quests simultaneously because one is on the way to the other. Totally. They had information that I didn't have in terms of like in fiction information that makes sense why they didn't address it. So if it was nerves from Matt, totally. Like, yeah, maybe he doesn't address it or he doesn't think about it. Totally. I'm shocked that the players didn't address it. That it just didn't come to mind. And it could just be a total coincidence. It could be all 6 of them brain farting all at once. It could be all 6 of them just forgetting that the monastery, in the way that it has been set up and described so far, would be an ideal place to look for a branch. And it's so much closer, and there's almost no reason that they should pick somewhere else before just giving the monastery just a check, It is super possible that they all just forgot. But that seems so unlikely to me. Just on the order of things. It's possible. But I have such a hard time believing that it is likely. But it's weird, man. It's weird. That's why it didn't go into the things I didn't like. Because I don't like it. But I feel as though it should be so obvious that it would be something that people wouldn't like that I find myself struggling to believe that it was a conscious choice. I guess, if that makes sense. Like, the fact that there was no explanation just feels so odd as a conscious choice that it feels unlikely to me that it was. Very weird. Yeah. I do wonder if Matt is specifically trying to take some Brennan strats and is far less comfortable. Super possible. Very possible. It's like you found a new pyramid next door and then suddenly need a mummy and go, welp, time to go to Egypt without wondering if the thing next door has a mummy in it. A little bit, yeah. We've well established the monastery is the type of place that has a branch and it hasn't been explored. Yeah. Like, it would have been as simple as, like, Indrova saying something to the extent of, like, we know that the monastery used to have a branch because they emit this manner of close-range signature, and we felt that signature when we first showed up, but now it's gone. Like, that would still be somewhat intriguing, frankly. And it would be like, oh, is something suppressing the signal? But it would at least be an amount of rationale as to why you may choose to not waste time on it. Right? It might be at least a consideration for, like, okay, we don't want to take the risk that the sacred branch is gone. We want to go to this place that is more likely to have the sacred branch. But yeah, man, weird. The monastery strikes me as a place more likely to be tied to the Umbra than the branches. It is. I'm not saying your interpretation is wrong in any way, shape, or form. I do not have an impression that those types of places are two different types of places. Because I agree with you. I do think it seems tied to the Umbra. But it also does not seem like places that are tied to the Umbra are different from places tied to the branches. And in fact, this isn't me like trying to fact check you. I'm legitimately curious. I think in episode 1, I believe when they are describing where the sacred branches are, they directly reference the monastery. Although I could be wrong. Let's see, branches. Seems to me, oh yeah, something about branches. So if they've been burning for the last century, if it burns out, there's no way to start it unless you find another blessed branch. But they hadn't come up with the monastery yet. Blessed branches can rekindle. Yeah, there's only 2. So let me check out episode 1. Cuz I'm uncertain on this. I am not entirely sure. Let's see, Analyzing Umbra. Old version edit. And I'm almost certain if I search branches. No branches. Branch? No. Sacred? Sacred pyre? Sure. We're making assumptions on gut feelings. Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah, I am. Man, when did they even describe the monastery? Oh, right here. Luzal Monastery, one of the rare holy sites. Oh, but I don't even know when that. Okay. Wait, I actually want to know this because this might have something to, this might have some amount of impact on my theorizing. So I'm actually curious to fact check this more, or not fact check it, but look at it more thoroughly. Age of Umbra 2. Because my assumption was that the places that would have, or sorry, F1. What the fuck am I talking about? The places that would have an ancient, a branch would be the same places that you would learn about the Umbra. But if they are separated, that has like some small lore implications, and I'd like to correct my mental model. Just like me assuming that Idle is young, Let's see, Luzal. The Luzal faults are not far from here. Let's see. For the research and delving that happens in the Luzal vaults is not far from here. Now you see all manor, the Triarch, etc., etc. I remember him describing them as sacred sites. Let's see, sites. There we go. Echo of the Old World, and one of a handful of very holy sites held by the great ordinances of God King Othodias, which that would directly imply to me an Umbra connection, because I do think that God King Othodias and the Umbra seem very, very connected, considering that he committed the apostasy. What secrets might remain in that monastery? What connections might exist to the veiled gods that have since vanished? A miracle, a relic, something that might keep you safer than you were the day before. Ooh. This section is probably what made me think about a sacred branch. But I will say, that is not... I mean, there is sacred branch connection, but I would agree with you, Daniel, that there seems... To me, if I'm just comparing these two, I'm seeing more of an Umbra connection than I am explicitly a sacred branch connection. Interesting. Some wish to reap what was hidden. Some wish to reap what was hidden. What? Okay, sure. Scholars of Luzal, information and corruption. Interesting. I do think that rereading just this, I still see a branch connection, but I do see what you're saying in regards to more of an Umbra connection than a branch connection. Interesting, because I definitely would have assumed the opposite before looking at that. I would have assumed if I went back and looked that I would see more of a branch connection than an Umbra connection, but I do think it was the opposite. Interesting. There's precious little we know for certain. We're all making assumptions and gut feelings. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, not saying there are no branches there, but do you remove something holding BBG back to stop a henchman? You're implying. Oh, so you're implying that the places where the sacred branches exist are broadly holding back sources of evil, and so like if a place has a big source of, bespoke evil, not necessarily connected to the Umbra, that place is more likely to have a branch? Interesting. I did not get that impression, but that's not a bad way to think about it, I don't think. Because we know that the branches can light the pyres, which definitely hold back evil. But I didn't really consider why the branches are where they are in the first place, frankly. I kind of, in my head, assumed that the sacred branches were, like, relatively common before the apostasy, and they have just become less and less common. Like, they're a dwindling resource. Like, my assumption is that a sacred branch was pretty easy to make before the apostasy, and now they're just like a lost technology. And so the places where they still exist, they don't exist there because they are there for a reason. They are there because no one has been able to get to them yet. That was my assumption of why they were where they were. And I think that's probably why Luzal made perfect sense to me as a branch location, is because it seemed like the branches were going to be in holy sites that no one could reach yet, because otherwise they would have been looted. But you are implying, or you're kind of assuming that they were like, not necessarily that they were scarce before the apostasy, but that they were made with intention and purpose, and they may not have been super duper common, but they were made with purpose for particular locations. And therefore, we should look for them in like places of intent. Like, oh, it makes sense that the branches would be there because of what is there, not because that location is hard to get to. Interesting. Yeah. Definitely different assumptions, but that does make sense. That tracks as like an alternate sort of frame of mind for these things. Yeah. This is what I am here for. I would never put too much effort to disentangle the lore, but I'll watch you do it and appreciate learning. Dude, it's funny. Me and Paige just had a conversation last night about how I find the process of thinking through these sorts of things to be stimulating in and of itself. Like, I'm not trying to be right. Like, I'm not trying to get the right answer. I just enjoy kind of turning the worldview around in my head, which is unfortunately why I get so obsessive over like definitions of words, is because if we're using the same word, but we're using it with like different connotations or definitions, then that speaks to the different worldviews that we have and like the different ways in which we are like processing and interacting with the world. And I find an examination of that to be like the main reason I talk to other people. Or at least one of the major reasons. Because like that, this sounds very strange, and I don't know of a less strange way to put it, but like that is the fundamental way I used, or how do I say it? I used to be a very unempathetic person, and I have very consciously, and like I've put a lot of conscious effort into working on my empathy. and examining people's like worldviews and the differences between those and mine is one of the ways in which I purposefully and like, I guess, analytically enact empathy. And the reason that I put conscious effort into doing it is because I like it. Like, I think it's good. And I think it has benefits. And I think it feels good. Like, I like being empathetic. And so I find the, like, dissection of worldviews to be a really core part of that. Which I think is why I'm so interested in it. Yeah, and why I do it so vigorously. Yeah. Maybe they should have explained that another team from Desperlock were sent to explore the monastery off-screen while the PCs did their own thing. Evangel, I don't know. That's a great idea. That's an amazing idea because Riskello really wants to. Like, Riskello is so hot and heavy to go and explore the monastery. It would make perfect sense if they had said, yeah, Riskello's gonna go take care of that. In fact, you know what? Let's make sure that this isn't an egg on my face situation here, and that you're not all just believing something that I'm falsely instilling you with. Let's make sure that they didn't mention Riskello. Oh wait, how do you spell monastery? I want to make sure that I spell it right because I'm monastery. I don't think that's right. Monastery. Desperlock sits this way in the jungles of Aviadora with the Luzal Monastery. So they mention it right there. Okay. Wait, where did you get this? Where? Taliesin. Oh god, is that the doors to the vault? The monastery, Mersha. Kuz. The monastery. Thank you, monastery. Taliesin, everything went wrong. Doors of the monastery. So you went to the well, the doors before. Oh yeah, gate. No, where Riskello? Oh, you were there with Riskello. I'm so sorry. He's recovering. That's incredible. It's where Aaron got sick. Oh, I have those trauma. Well, it's gone now. Done now. Yeah. Did they talk about it? Then they talk about the skull of Ashathu of the Broken Coal, which was interesting. Was very interesting. Was sealed within the monastery. Then, yeah. This is quite a find. Praying, amazing. I'm very impressed by the bookshelf. They don't have that where I came from. Are we done? No, nothing. Nothing. Wow. Okay, I wanted to make sure. I wonder. No one in the comments. Well, the fact that it didn't pick up any in the comments. I'm always a little hesitant about reading through the comments because I'm worried that they might have like C2 or C3 spoilers. So I don't normally, but I did, try to do the Control F, I have been assuming that the branch locations were prehistory sites of sorts and used for similar purposes, but that's partially because I have run that story. Really just pondering, if the monastery was Umbra Ground Zero and the branches are a dam, do you weaken that dam for a single settlement? No, yeah, it's interesting. My assumption, my worldview has essentially been that, like, we're post-dam break. You know what I'm saying? My like core assumption here has been that we are beyond the breaking of the dam, and now the sacred pyres are rafts within that dam, within that water that has now flooded the world. So my presumption of how the branches will and have worked post-apostasy is that they're basically doing nothing where they are right now. They are totally inactive. They're not doing fuck all, really. And that they're basically like a bunch of rafts just in storage lockers, not actually doing anything. But I can see an argument that they are preventing things from getting worse. I can see that. That description sounds like what I get it off world building. Examining someone else's world doesn't hit the same for me. Not quite, though it's kind of close. Yeah, I get that. Anyways. Where the fuck were we on the presentation? Oh, yeah. Action rolls versus reaction rolls. This isn't super complicated, but the fact that one, the action rolls, generate hope and fear, and one doesn't. Like, when I read the rules, that makes sense to me, but seeing it in practice just felt a little bit awkward. And I don't have a huge, like a massive rationale for why it felt awkward. It feels intuitive when I read the rule, but watching the rule play out didn't feel intuitive. Especially given that, PC rolls generate hope and fear. And it got me thinking, I was like, wait, why do action rolls not generate hope and fear? And like I thought through it and I was like, maybe it's because action rolls are like broadly hope positive. So every time you roll so if you put them on reaction rolls, maybe that would be like too much hope and fear generation. Like it would like power up the PCs too much. I don't know. I couldn't come up with a perfect reasoning or rationale for why the reaction rolls don't generate hope and fear. And I was curious to put it to chat and to the comments. If anyone's watching the VOD of this, let me know what you think about like what is, because I think that like if we are just looking at like the base case of what would be the most intuitive is just anytime you make a roll, it can generate hope and fear. There's no delineations. It just does it. And so introducing in a delineation, a moment where it doesn't, I think kind of has to be justified. And like I justified why I don't think PvP rolls should generate hope and fear. Like I had active rationale behind why I thought that wasn't a good idea. I can't come up with that same rationale for reaction rolls. I think it feels weird because the name and the purpose are at odds. The name implies Watsonian, but they are actually Doyle. So if you try to apply it as Watsonian logic, it doesn't work well. What are we talking about? Action versus reaction rolls? Expand on that, Daniel, because I'm not quite sure what you're saying. I know all the words that you're saying, but I'm not entirely certain. And I'm especially curious as to what you think, because I know that you've run more Daggerheart than most of chat. So it seems like you would have the most like depth of knowledge on this. Let's see. Did I have any other notes on it? Oh yeah, I said just I wonder at the necessity of it. I wonder at the necessity of it, especially again given that a situation that seems to me like there is more of like a downside or like a negative repercussion with PvP rolls. Considering that can generate hope and fear, it feels odd to me that reactions can't. Action versus reaction is an in-universe thing. It depends on who initiated the action in-universe, basically. Oh, I see what you mean. Right. So, yeah, there's no distinction between it in terms of how you... Yeah. There's not a huge distinction between it. I see what you're saying. The actual reason the rule exists has nothing to do with that. It's purely because of balance. Well, that's okay. That's my thing. Is like, is it? Like, that's what I was really trying to think through. And I was like, am I missing something here? Because that is what is odd to me about this is I'm uncertain as to what, because the only balance implications I can think of is that they would just be generating more hope and fear, but that doesn't seem super unbalanced to me in general if the DM is in control of that, right? Like, the DM is in control of when they ask for action rolls. They're in control of when, things do stuff that procs reaction rolls. The reason that I feel like PvP shouldn't generate any hope and fear is because of the player ability to farm that. But I don't know how a player would farm reaction rolls, right? It seems like they would be just as farmable or not farmable as action rolls. So unless the answer is purely that they just wanted less hope and fear to be generated overall, and it's not an actual issue of like the proportions, But I guess I am unclear and I'm uncertain as to why that would be the case. Because also it's like, it didn't seem like there were that many reaction rolls. You know what I'm saying? It didn't seem like reaction rolls were all that common. But maybe there is just some math and some playtesting that they have done that has borne out that, like, when you are generating hope and fear on reactions, that there's just too much for the balancing of like long rest and like how much a long rest benefits you. Maybe that data just is there. That seems strange to me, but it might just be there. The idea is that the PC generates hope only if they choose to make an action. I guess my question is why? You know what I'm saying? Like that sounds like a flavorful reason for it, which I guess is fine. But like, in order to generate hope, a PC has to actively choose to do something. I don't know if that makes full flavor sense to me. I mean, like, I'm thinking about, like, if someone tries to do something to me and I react in a way that is good, like, I can imagine a reaction that I have to something making me more hopeful or making me more fearful, in terms of flavor. Now, if we're actually talking about like mechanical consequences of like how much fear and hope are being generated, that's where I'm like, that seems like the most likely reason that this is in place to me, but I can't quite understand why, Partially AoE adds lots and lots of rolls. Oh, AoE would make sense. Okay. That one I can track. Because so far, I feel like the reaction rolls have been pretty limited. But AoE would add lots and lots of rolls. And maybe it would be more intuitive to just block them out of all reactions than to say, AoEs only don't generate it. That might be the case. I can see that. It also doesn't help that Matt doesn't apply reaction rolls consistently. Well, there's also that. A GM can't force a reaction roll and then have a PC fail with fear, giving the GM additional fear and consequences. Ooh, interesting. I mean, that's okay. I'm thinking through that. I guess where that logic train falls off, for me at least, is that to me, all roles are called for by the DM, if that makes sense. And I do know what you mean about the distinction, but like when a PC, if a PC tries to do something, the GM either calls for an action roll or just lets them do it or says that they don't do it, right? And that feels like the same thing for reaction rolls to me, is like something might happen to the PC and the GM just says either that just happens, oh, you can just avoid that, or you have to make a reaction roll. So to me, the GM is kind of almost always in charge of it unless a feature says otherwise. Like, a GM, or not a GM, a domain card might say, make this ability check. And then that's out of the GM's hands. And that feels like, vice versa for me. If there's an adversary stat block that says, make a reaction roll or have the PC make a reaction roll, that also is kind of out of the GM's hands. So I guess in my head there is like I'm not trying to do a gotcha here. I put this on things I'm unsure on because I wanted to talk through it with chat because I'm really not sure where I land on it. Because like it feels like to me I could turn that sentence around and say a PC shouldn't force an action roll by playing a domain card and then have, the PC succeed with hope. That would give the PC additional hope and cause consequences to the GM that, they had no control over. Right? I see them as relatively equivalent. But I do think that there is a feel to it that is not equivalent. Like it does... There is a certain, tone to it when a GM does it as opposed to a player. And I can totally accept that maybe that tone is like the baseline rationale for this. Is like, it feels okay when a PC forces, hope or fear generation, but it feels less okay when the GM does the same thing. I can accept that. I don't know if that fully clears the bar for me, but it gets close. And when I say clears the bar, I mean, I think this is a less intuitive way to do it. I think the more intuitive solution would just be to have every role be able to proc hope or fear. Right, the players don't need to remember which types of role do what. That would be the most intuitive way. So there's a certain bar you have to clear for me of reasoning or rationale in order to justify not doing it the intuitive way. And that gets close. And I think if I thought about it more, maybe it would fully clear it. But it doesn't, I don't know, that doesn't quite justify it for me. So I think it's one of those things where if that was just how it was, I'm not sure that it would feel bad from the player perspective. Like if they didn't think about the fact that it might be any different, you know what I'm saying? Although maybe that combined with the AoE, possibly causing lots of rolls, I think those two combined, that could make sense. Interesting. That might be a balance issue with the flow of the game. Yeah, and I think that maybe, when I read it, that was my initial thought. But then actually watching Age of Umbra play out, that's why, I didn't say this in episode 1. I said this in episode 3 because I think over the 3 episodes, there have been I mean, very much correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be very wrong about this. But in my memory, it feels like there's only been like 2 or 3 reaction rolls. And one of those was PvP action rolls. Or reaction rolls. So in my head, I was like, man, would it really fuck with the flow of the game that much? Like, seeing it actually play out, I'm like, man, reaction rolls like never happen. But it could just be that this is actually giving me a skewed perception of how often the reaction rolls are happening. That I can totally see that. Yeah. It is true that the GM is always technically in control, but keeping in mind that new people will bias towards the literal words of the book, the built-in bias matters. Yeah. Something else to note, reaction rolls weren't in the first 1 to 2 betas. They are a tuning attempt. I personally think they are over-tuned a bit, but that's personal opinion I can't fully back up. Interesting. What do you mean by over-tuned in this case? Like, are you meaning that in reference to the generating hope and fear thing, or is it something else that makes you feel like reaction rolls are over-tuned? I'm interested, because I ran Sablewood Messengers. I don't remember what beta they were in. But I mean, I think they must have been in beta like 4 or 5. It was several betas in, but also several betas from the last beta. It was like right in the middle of the betas. So I remember reaction rolls, but I don't fully remember the context around them. Yeah. Since GM-player relationship is one-to-many, a GM would probably gain fear at too great a rate, increasing with more players at the table, especially if you have Will Wheaton at your table. Well, that hits on one of the things I love about fear and hope. I love fear and hope because it doesn't matter how many players are at the table. Like, one of the things I love, and I want to make it very clear, I adore the hope and fear system. It's my favorite mechanic since bit declocks, and before bit declocks since advantage disadvantage. I love hope and fear. And one of the things I love is that it is player count agnostic. It is every roll is on first glance, has equal chance of generating hope or fear. And on further glance, it's actually every single roll is slightly biased in the direction of the players because there are critical successes but no critical fails. So every time there is a roll, that slightly biases, that generates slightly more hope than fear in aggregate, right? If we take this into the theoretical, right? Every roll, because I think a crit chance is what? I think it's like 10%. No, not 10%. 7% chance of critting in Daggerheart. I don't remember the exact percentage, but it's I know it's more than the 5% from D&D. Like 7% chance to crit in Daggerheart. So if all else is equal, I think you have like I think it's, what would that be, a 57% chance to generate hope? I don't know if I'm doing my statistics right. I just know it's more hope than fear because of the crits. And because it's generated on like rolls, not on actions taken, it's always even, no matter how many players there are, no matter what the distribution of turns is, which I love. I fucking love that. But so there's basically no scenario in which the GM can gain fear too fast. They will always be gaining fear in concordance with players gaining hope. Always. Because it's independent of the it's independent of the DCs. The only thing it's dependent on is like advantage and disadvantage, or like features that change your die. But I think most features that change your die change your hope die, which would make it more likely to gain hope. So however you slice it, the PCs are always gaining hope. The PC side in general are always gaining hope faster than the GM is gaining fear, which I fucking love, regardless of how many players are actually at the table. Too much of a penalty, I presume. I guess the idea is that the players are taking the action and they are accepting the risk of generating hope and fear. The GM is neutral there. The GM is meant to react accordingly. Yeah. I can, okay. That is fair. Okay. Yeah. I get what you're saying more now. Because that's similar to what you said before, Gary, of like similar to this, but I don't know exactly what it is, but I understand this sentence more. Is that there is an acceptance of risk on the player side. And you could say that theoretically there is an acceptance of risk on the GM side. But because the GM does not, is ultimately player-sided, right? They ultimately want the PCs to win. They just want it to be, like a fun challenge. The acceptance of the risk that you generate hope and fear is something that should be more player-sided. So even if the GM is ultimately in control and is the arbiter of like when rolls are made, whether they're reaction or action, by making it to where the only time that fear and hope can be generated is on action rolls, you are firmly planting the risk of generating fear on the player side of things. Even though in aggregate, you gain more hope. And I think that is like broadly going to push PCs towards action. They still have control over how risky they're essentially being. And whether they can somewhat control the risk of allowing the GM to generate fear. And the GM can't do the same thing to the players, but that's okay. Because it's not so much a broad scenario of control. It is particularly, because the GM always has ultimate control, but it is control of risk more than anything else. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. And especially given that, in a combat or in I've said this is one of the things I was uncertain about in a previous stream. I had an uncertainty level around the fact that a GM can interrupt a player turn, but a player can't interrupt, or not a player's turn, but they can interrupt the player side, whereas players can't interrupt the GM side, right? I was like, a GM can spend a fear to take the spotlight. PCs can't spend a hope to take the spotlight back. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, ooh, I don't know about that. Like, I'll have to see how that, feels in practice, and I'm still uncertain about it. I think I'm going to have to like actually play with it. But this is almost the inverse of that, of like, because the PCs already have somewhat of a lack of control around certain parts of interactions and encounters, it's good to leave this side of the control kind of firmly in their hands. And then, coupling that with, the potential AoEs proccing a lot of rolls. Yeah. I think they're a bit heavier-handed than necessary, the reaction rolls. Like, they know they needed something between 1 and 5 and just did 5 to be safer than finding the exact right number. Interesting. Yeah. I did the math. 144 possible rolls, 66 result in hope, 66 in fear, 12 crits. So a 54% chance of hope, I think. So it would be 66 hope, 66 fear. So that would be 78. That would be 78 with hope total, because the crits are with hope. So it'd be 78 with over 144, which, yeah, 54%. Okay. So 54% chance of generating hope. You know, it's, for all intents and purposes, it is basically 50-50, but in the long run, the players are slightly rewarded for taking action, which I think, again, I will always say I think is good. If you have a super tactical player that's a huge math dork and does out that math and discovers that it's the opposite, they are going to avoid taking action. They still might avoid taking action given everything that we've talked about, but at least here the math is not going to push them towards avoiding that action, which I think is good. In my previous favorite system, they had slightly heavier-handed method of giving a built-in advantage to the more active party. I have always appreciated that. Thinking of reaction rolls as a method of doing that is interesting. Yeah. It is interesting. Okay. I've gotten what I was looking for. I've gotten a rationale. Because I went into this being like, I don't get it, and I want someone to, like, propose reasons and rationale to me. And I got that. And put it in the comments if you have any other ideas, but I will move on from there. And I'm gonna keep that in mind for reaction rules, especially as we move forward and I continue to see Matt's roles and you know what he calls for and when. Oh my god, I don't know if you've noticed that I've been scratching my nose, but something is so itchy. Anyways. Notable lore bits. Not a lot happening. All right, in terms of lore, I would say. We did get the 3 Triarchs of Desperlock confirmed. You guys are doing this the hard way. 1 out of 12 is a crit. The rest are evenly spread. Oh, yeah. I guess it's not more intuitive to me that 1 out of 12 is 4%. Or wait, 1 out of 12. But 1 out of 12 is 8%. But the total that generate hope is 54%. How does that work? Oh, God. I hate statistics. I like statistics because I think it can tell you interesting things. But I hate actually doing statistics because it does not make sense to me. Like 1 out of 12 is a crit. 1 out of 12 is a crit. Is 1 out of 12 a crit? 66 out of 144 is not 50%. Oh, so it's 66 out of 144, which is 46% plus the 8% from the crits, which is which gets us to 54%. That does not seem like the easier way to do it, Daniel. That does not seem like the easier way to do it to me. But I might have bad intuition for it. 8.3% of a crit. Right, but I wasn't looking for the chance of a crit. I was looking for the chance of gaining hope, which is 54%. I think, right? Unless I'm going totally crazy. Think of reaction rolls as a method. Oh, yeah, I read that. Anyways. All right, yeah, so we got the Triarchs, Idrova, Beryl, and Trevor. Which, unless I'm mistaken, Trevor has not been brought up yet. Maybe he has, and I just kind of missed it. But he seems to be more of, like, the mayoral person? If that makes sense? You can ignore dice 1. Its value doesn't matter. You crit when 2 dice. 2 matches. 12 phase 1, 12. No, sorry, Daniel. To be clear, I know how you got 1 in 12. That wasn't the part that was confusing me. I was not super clear on how that relates out to the chance of gaining hope, was the part I was confused on. But anyways, but yeah, normal hope and fear would be evenly split. Normal, do other people understand what I'm saying? Because I want to be clear on what I'm saying. I'm just talking about, regardless of whether or not the roll was a crit, I'm looking at when you roll the hope and fear die, the chance for that roll, whether or not it's a crit, to generate hope. I'm saying just in general, it is more likely to generate hope because of crits. But regardless of whether or not the roll is a crit, it's more likely to generate hope than to generate fear. And it's a 54% chance to generate hope and a 46% chance to generate fear, because there are no critical failures. Unless I'm mistaken about crits generating hope, but I don't think so. Anyways, I'm sure that I will get. Actually, you know what? I've had to pee for a little bit, and before we get into I've skipped 2 ad slots, so I'm going to run ads really quick, and then we will come back, because I wanted to squash this, because this is something I think is really cool, and I want to be clear on it. About like the hope and fear thing. And then we'll come back and we'll talk about notable lore and takeaways and and theories.
So
The tide is high.
No! Stop it. I figured out how to embed something. Sorry, sidetracked us. Nah, you're good. You're good. I've had to pee anyways, and I've just been pushing past it. And so it's a good excuse for me to bounce out. But I will be right back, and then we will wrap up talking about the session. See you in a second. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, no. Fuck, this isn't the BRB. What's up? Oh, wait, was the mic on that whole time? Weird. Well, I normally do the whoop because it helps me know when I am back. But then I heard it and I got confused. But let's get back to it. Okay, the Triarchs. Trevor. He's here now. I don't have much to say about him. And same thing with August Mother it's either his actual mother or his mother. Like, not totally clear to me which is which. And she is a Lolth-esque entity that lives in a temple in the Screaming Forest. Now, that sounds cool and all, but it also sounds like a huge diversion from an already jam-packed questline. So I am interested to see how they handle it. And then takeaways. Okay. I have a very specific clip that I wanted to show because, oh God, I messed with my stat machine essentially between the breaks, and now it has fully started fucking with my taskbar. I can't take control of certain windows now. Great. Awesome. All right, 1 second. I gotta go to task. You gotta open up Task Manager. There we go. And we gotta. Oh wait, actually, I should be able to Alt Tab to it. Nope, can't Alt Tab to it. Because the Megamind is taking up too much of the UI thread. Oh wait, is that not what the actual issue was? Oh no, the issue is that even though I ended the task, it's still running. Uh-oh. Have I made my computer unusable? Hopefully you guys can still see and hear me, and I'm not talking into the void. I don't think so. OBS seems to be responding perfectly fine. But now Windows Explorer was totally unresponsive. There we go. Okay. All right, we got everything back. All right, we're good to go. We're good to go. Well, that was good to know that could happen. That I can totally just hang my System Explorer. Okay, but takeaways. I had one big one. And this is my evolving, how do I phrase it? It's my evolving theory of Matt's style of GMing. A lot of what I am taking away from Age of Umbra is the distinctions between his GMing in Age of Umbra and his GMing in Critical Role Campaign 1. Obviously, I don't have Campaign 2 or 3 or any of the Exu series to base off of. So take my takeaways with a grain of salt. But last episode and last presentation, I said that Matt isn't, or I said he is focused on character over environment. And I slightly wanted to change that. I don't think that he's not focused on environment. I just don't think there's nearly as much depth. And I wrote out a big long note that I will read. So if it feels a little stilted, it's because I have it scripted. But it's because I wanted to explain it in kind of a particular way. And I wanted to start with saying that I've not danced around this, but I've said this in multiple ways before. But I think my character game is pretty weak as a GM. And I wrote here, if I had to critique myself, I would say that my NPCs, whether those are adversaries or allies or whatever, often feel flat. They end up often converging on archetypes or tropes, or just depth that is derived from me and my personality, or like maybe like a specific media trope. But even then, I already covered tropes. Matt's NPCs, on the other hand, I think are rich and fleshed out, with a seeming depth of emotion and motivation that I rarely capture in my NPCs. And I think his vocal work is absolutely a part of that. But I also think that he captures it in a lot of adversaries and non-speaking entities, really, within scenes. He just has a talent for remembering entities that would be in a scene and how they would exist in that scene. And it drives home a deeper point and message. And the example that I wrote down here was, it's a short example, it's quick, but him describing the children in Desperate Lock as the party is leaving. The pioneers are leaving. That little small aspect of just, he seems to be always aware of the people in the scene and how they would react. And it seems to be just working around in his head. And he brings appropriate depth of character into scenes where it's appropriate. But that said, if I had to critique Matt, I would say that his environments are somewhat flat. And I don't need to expand on that too much. I did that last time, and I think you can imply, based on how I talked about my own characters in regards to Matt's, I think you can imply what I mean by flat. But I wanted to update this broad takeaway and theory from last time, because I don't think that he's not focused on environment. The Halcyon Reach is incredibly interesting. Like, it's an interesting locale with interesting stuff to do in it, especially with the additions that the players put in. I want to explore it. I've talked about how I am not that taken and I'm not that captured by horror and like horrific settings and stories. But I want to explore the Halcyon Reach. I want to explore the Age of Umbra frame. And I don't think that should be discredited by saying that I think he's uninterested in environment. But when it comes to the brass tacks of actually describing those things as the players encounter them, because he also, again, talking about how I think there is interesting environment there. Characters will describe environments incredibly interestingly. Like, if Matt is not in narrator voice, if he is in character voice, he describes environments with like an implied depth and lushness. But then when he's in narrator voice, we just don't get it. At least nearly as much. The depth gets sort of flattened. And I think I'll show a segment that I think demonstrates this.
So are we...
The tide is high and dangerous below, and you can see all manner of jagged rocks that protrude at the base of the cliff. And ahead you can just begin to see the beginning of the sunken rampart.
Okay.
What was once the most perimeter wall of the extent of Amber Reach's sprawl. An entire region that now mostly lies underwater as the ashen seas came in to flood the valley. And the perimeter wall, partially crumbled in places, is now a stretching rampart. Jagged, broken, bridged in places.
Now it's small, it's subtle. But and it might seem like nitpicking, but like the duplication of jagged, right? We got a lot of factual information about the sunken rampart. And I was like, ooh, that's neat. Like, when I hear the factual information about the sunken rampart, I am like, oh, that sounds like an interesting location. But when it comes down to the flavor of it, the flavor is basically duplicated from the descriptive flavor of the Ashen Sea. And what did we get when we got the Ashen Sea? It's an ocean within which there are rocks. And the rocks are very jagged. And we get, again, factual information about the rampart. They are underwater. They are where the extent of Amber Reach's sprawl occurred. And what is the flavor of them like? Like, much like the rocks, they are jagged. And it doesn't even play into a comparison between the two, right? It's not like the walls have crumbled to a degree that their jagged, pointed sections are reminiscent of the natural rocks. It is fading, smelding into the surrounding landscape as the sea slowly swallows the height of hubris that Obadiah enacted. Or Othadias, sorry. Right, there's... If the comparison was purposeful, there are ways to make it purposeful. But it did not, at least, come off that way. And that can be okay. And, like, and it's not all the time. But I do think that this flatness, in regards to when they actually encounter new places, is going to make the travel sequence in general feel very fast and a little bit stilted, if that makes sense. Like, it's going to... How do I say it? I think the way that you imply motion within a like montage sequence, especially a montage travel sequence, the way that you, and not just motion, I shouldn't say, progression, movement in the abstract, not just in the physical. The way that you imply progression is by showing change, right? But when everything feels kinda samey, like, oh, I reached a jagged wall right after the jagged rocks. And I know that factually I have traveled because this is new. I don't have a feel for having traveled. I don't have a feel for things having progressed. This feels like 2 steps away from Desperlock, which is how it is going to be acted out. It's this weird line to cut, where when you act out a montage, you are going to zoom in on only those very distinct and interactive moments. So you are, just narratively describing, boom, we're at the river. Narratively describing, boom, we're at the wall, right? But the narrative description in between also needs to imply more steps where there could have been interesting things. There just weren't. My impression so far of this travel sequence is that not my impression, my feel of it, is that they stepped out of Desperlock. They walked for 5 to 10 minutes. They got to the river. They forded it. Very dangerous. And then they walked for, I don't know, an hour maybe? Because we got like the transition from them chopping through the jungle into like smelling the sea. That's a transitionary period. Absolutely. And so it implies a little bit of time passing. But going from dawn to dusk within that travel sequence, and there being only the transition from jungle to ocean and the river, it just doesn't feel that far, you know? And so that was my real impression of how this might be going forward, is that this 2 weeks is probably going to fly by. And it is not going to feel as far away as it probably is. And that's okay. That's okay at the end of the day. But I do think it will overall hamper the feel of the setting, unfortunately. It's amusing how different our games seem to be. I aspire to describe environment as good as Matt does, and you're like, hot trash. I know you're not actually that harsh. Yeah, it's interesting. And the main thing I wanted to amend is saying that he doesn't focus on environment. I think the more of what I'm starting to feel is that he's not that focused on environmental flavor and like the feel of something, right? He is very focused on like narrative flavor when it comes to characters. And even we mentioned it earlier, I loved the Garrick narrations. It was like one of the top comments. Yeah. The gentle weep of a daughterless father. Crazy. Incredible. I could never. I'm being straight up with you. I could never. But this it's just not that sort of depth of feeling is just, it's just not, it doesn't feel present within his descriptions of environments. If I'm even taking it back to C1, I cannot really tell you the difference largely between Iman, Singorn, not Singorn. Singorn I actually can tell you a difference on, because there's a lake in the middle of it, which I do remember, and it's all elves. But Iman, Stilben, what's the one that they sent all the refugees to? It's not Stilben. It's the one in between Iman and Westrun. But Westrun, Whitestone, the biggest delineation Kaimel, thank you. The biggest delineations I can give you are Iman is on the sea, which I only know as a fact. I don't think I have ever gotten one descriptive sentence about the smell of salt on the air or whatever. I know that Westrun is near Gat Shadow. I know that Whitestone is made out of white stone, which does actually make it stand out in my brain, and it has the sun tree in it. And then Kaimel has the like underground, it's like more corrupt, it seems. But the environmental details that I can pick out are, I don't want to be overly, I don't want to be rude, but they are a little basic. Or not basic. They are factual, right? The sun tree is in Whitestone. Westrun is near Gat Shadow. They are just statements of fact. But I don't know that Iman feels a certain way. I don't know what the different feel of being in Westrun is to being in Iman. Like, I know the difference in feel between being in Topeka, Kansas versus New York. You know what I'm saying? And it is not just that New York literally has more people. There's a fundamental difference of feel. And even if we go to big cities, the distinct feel of Paris versus New York, right? It's not just that they speak French in Paris. The street signs are written in French. There is a distinct feel of age to Paris. The cobblestones, the way that the streets weave in and out, only gridded in certain areas, which New York also has to an extent compared to somewhere like LA, right? The feel of less of a grid between two big cities of New York and LA. The feeling of public transit. Like, I can note that New York has better public transit than LA, but a feeling of connectedness. Now that's different in New York compared to LA. The feel of I can get anywhere at any time. That is a feeling that falls out from the facts. You know what I'm saying? And I think that Matt has that. I think he has that to the nth degree with his characters. I think his characters embody that of, I know that Kima is a paladin, but I actually sense her oath and her devotion. Like when they are talking to her about Raishan, and like they are debating whether or not to lie to her, he modifies her memory, like that interaction, I don't even know what oath Kima is, but she felt like a paladin in that scene without anyone in the circle saying she's a paladin, we might not be able to trust her with this. We just said we might not be able to trust Kima with this because she has this like full personality. And that is a really distinct difference between Matt's environmental descriptions versus his character descriptions and reactions. The only other thing I can think of, Whitestone, are from memory of seeing the map of the city that Matt gave them, not from a narrative description. Which that's how it is with the Halcyon domain, man. That's how it is with Age of Umbra. Is like when I think of the environments of Age of Umbra, I think of I think purely of the overall map, and I think of the slag wall and the vaults. I think the vaults have been described by characters in the fiction incredibly well. But when we were actually journeying through them, they felt like generic catacombs. There was nothing for me when we actually went through them that made me feel like this is under Luzal Monastery. The Delvers of Desperlock have been here. It is here and it is nowhere else. I didn't get anything like that. And you can even see it when I'm theorizing in episode 1 about what the Firmament's Harrow will look like. My focus is on things that would tell us more about the environment purely by function of being there. So like the Firmaments, and this is also the thing of like when I say that's why again I'm amending my statement. It's not that he's not focused on environment, because Firmament's Harrow, super interesting name. Really evocative. Like, gave me a ton of directions to go when I was theorizing about what the Firmament's Harrow might be. Like, I had detailed theories about what might be, well, about what the Firmament's Harrow might be, because it is well named. But then we get there, and it's a temple. It's a temple that could be copy and pasted anywhere. And it's like, oh, I don't, It's weird. It's not weird. I get it. Because I have the same thing. I think about characters and their backstories, and I think about super in-depth, interesting things. And then when it actually comes to running them, sometimes I find myself running their personalities counter to how I prepped them, because the way in which I prepped them was too hard to actually narrate within the course. Like Ned fucking Shankshaft has changed his personality like 3 or 4 times in my game so far because it was difficult for me to run him consistently at the depth that I actually prepped him at. So I get it. And that is also something I want to make very clear is this is not a me better than Matt sort of scenario. This is me understanding Matt's style and what he's focusing on and the things to, and it'll help me understand how I should be interpreting the text. You know what I'm saying? In terms of how, all media is text. I say text in the very loose, abstract way. It gives me like some interpretation guidelines when I know not to really take the narrative description of a place as telling or as complete, right? There might be something super interesting there that just gets skipped over within narration. Out of curiosity, how would you rate Brennan on the same environment versus character scale? Ooh. Probably closer to Matt. Probably a lot close. Well, that's a good question. I don't know how I would rate him on the character depth compared to Matt. It's hard because they just have very different characters and like ways of characterizing the characters. Like, it's hard for me to say that Brennan's characters feel as deep as Matt's. Like, Matt's characters feel like they have history. They feel lived in, right? They're like an old pair of boots that are, still holding up great and fit like a glove because you have done a lot in them. Like they make the world feel as though it has history. Brennan's, I don't get that same sense from. Brennan's, I get some amount of history, like off the top of my head. The Blood Rush coach, Coach Daybreak, making the offhand comment about Fabian's dad. That implies a bit of history. But the rest of them feel not quite two-dimensional, but they almost feel more, if you're familiar with the absurdist thought experiment, Last Tuesdayism. Last Tuesdayism is a absurd thought experiment that basically posits that the world popped into existence last Tuesday, and everything that might imply age to the world, whether it is fossils or your memories or anything, were also created whole cloth last Tuesday. So that is Last Tuesdayism. And Brennan's characters feel a bit like that. Like, there is a history to the world, but it feels very, I don't know quite how to say it other than clinical. Like, it feels very, not abstract either. It's very direct. It is, Solace has this thing where they allow anyone in. They have the Amnesty Act or whatever. And people came at some point. And like, I don't know quite how to say it, but it all just feels very, it's much more like staccato. Which doesn't necessarily imply a lack of depth, but it's very different. I don't know quite how to say it. And then in terms of environment, At least in Fantasy High at the moment, I do think that Fantasy High's environments feel more flavorful. The main two that I can think of off the top of my head are the gas station with a diner across from it. And I think like the genie that works at the diner helps to build out like the feel of the location even more. And then there is like the nightclub downtown area that doesn't, it's difficult. It doesn't necessarily have more depth, I would say, but because the events of Fantasy High have taken place over a locationally smaller area, one of the main downsides of the lack of depth, I think, is a feeling of like essentially like teleporting, like nothingness between interesting locations, which I feel like has happened with a lot of Matt's games. And that might happen in Brennan's as well. But in Fantasy High in particular, the literal space is small enough that the feeling of teleporting, especially when they have things like cars, doesn't feel so weird. So I think I would actually say that I would rate Brennan's depth of environment similarly to Matt's, but the construction of the environment makes the downsides less apparent and less like readily felt. If that makes sense. Someone watching Eddie Austin video recently. I love Eddie Austin. I would love to make an Eddie Austin style video. I don't know if I could do that much work off of stream, which I think he does do some work off stream. But man, the idea of like sitting down and actually recording that video and then editing it, bleh, patooey. But the general things that he does, oh, I love Eddie Austin, man. I'm so jealous. I want to be him when I grow up. The one where he figures out what air feels like in Skyrim Oblivion. Oh, I mean, I think Eddie Austin, one of the reasons I feel a kinship with him is he takes a similar amount of satisfaction within environmental depth and intent and thought. His video about the Titanfall 2 skybox, beautiful. You've hit on one of my favorite YouTubers right now. Because he is able to demonstrate why loving environments is cool in a way that I don't think I can. I can tell you why I like certain environments or not, but I think he's much better at communicating and showing why environments with care and depth and thought are interesting to him and to me as well. Yeah. I think once he breaks the continents, it's a bit more obvious. There's a distinction between Mon to Marquette or Vasselheim. That's true. I will say I fully agree for Marquette. 100%. I would actually say that Vasselheim only feels factually different than Nimon. Like, it is difficult for me to tell most of the time that they are on Isilra and not Taldore. Like, most of the time that they are in Vasselheim, like, I can tell that the city has a distinct layout pattern, which is interesting. Don't get me wrong. And, like, the quartering, having, like, you know, the chord section be over here. I like the abundant terrace. I like the, I really love, I mean, I will compliment some of Matt's environments really quick. I think the best environmental narrative description that Matt has given in C1 so far is the description of, I want to say, the Raven's Crest? It's the Raven Queen Temple. The Raven Queen Temple has an incredibly vivid image in my mind because the like opaque glass and the like simultaneously like expansive cathedral-like interior with these like small little cramped alcoves that like wind and circle their way up in an almost like when he was describing them going from the main chamber of I think it's Raven's Crest, not sure. When he's describing them going from the main chamber up into the Blood Bowl room, I was hooked because it almost felt like they were traveling through like a liminal space. Like it felt like they were traveling for longer than they should have been. And when they came out, they should have been like on the roof or in like a room like the top of the spire in Marquette, right? When they interact with Jamon Saord that looks out over the entire city. The transition from the main chamber of the cathedral all the way up to the Blood Bowl room kind of felt like they should be going into a room like the Jamon Saord room. But instead, it is a room that is barren, that has like just these dudes standing in perimeter who knows how long they've been there. And there's an entire bowl, or not a bowl, a pool of blood. So many questions about the blood. Is it real blood? Do they have to like refill it? Where do you go are you in the blood the whole time? Or is it like a doorway sort of situation? Like the Feywild gates and pools? And not even to mention the description of the visual environment when they have interacted with the Raven Queen. I have loved. Now, it's a little bit of cheating because the Raven Queen is a character. All right? So the environment that he describes her in is mostly to do with her. However, she is such a larger than life, literally, character that she almost doubles as an environment. So I give it a pass. It still counts as an environment. But that is some of my favorite Matt environmental flavor and feel, like seeing the Raven Queen without her mask. There was just, I don't know. There was so much of a feel to me. And even like Percy taking the vial of blood from the pool to start a new Raven Queen shrine. Like, I want to kind of hit that home. It's not like, they took a symbol of the character. Because imagine, that is an alternate way that could have gone. They could have just used a raven feather. Or they could have used a visage of the mask. Or they could have used any other descriptive device that would have harkened back to the Raven Queen to establish the new shrine in Whitestone. But instead, Percy took a vial of the blood. Like, that to me is a signal of the environment working. I think that's actually maybe one of the best examples of the environment working and like really being additive to the story is the fact that in order to establish a new shrine to a god, they had to get a certain material that is at the other shrine. They had to get this special blood. It's not even like he just bloodlet into a bowl. The description of the environment made the blood feel significant enough that Percy thought there was a good shot that it alone would be able to establish a new temple. Well, maybe it with the champion, with Vax. But yeah, I think that is maybe my best example of a great Mad environment in terms of like narrative depth and flavor and feel. Yeah, man. You got me talking about an environment that I really liked. Because it's easy for me to say that I don't like Matt's environments as much. It's easy for me to say that. But even, Jonathan brought up Marquette. I do think that Marquette is consistently described totally separate from NPCs, very uniquely. I think that Marquette feels like a distinct culture and a distinct environment, and it makes sense to me. Like it's a small thing, but the water being regulated and the varying levels of policing presence around the city, to me, and again, it's a little bit of cheating, but it's not, policing presence, I'm going to count as part of the environment. I'll be generous. But the environmental decisions of the, like, really distinct districts, and like certain policing presence in certain parts of the areas being higher or lower was very interesting to me, because the places where there wasn't a lot of policing presence didn't feel overly dangerous. So it spoke to me of a civilization and a culture with priorities, which you have to have when you're an oasis town in the middle of the desert. When you're the oasis town, you have to prioritize water. It does not matter, as much at least, varying levels of crime. You have to make sure that regardless of how much crime there is, crime never makes its way into the water. Because that is so important. And that, again, it spoke to me of an oasis town in a way that, I've never gotten a feel of Iman as a port town. Never. So, yeah. I was mostly curious about the environment part, because I think Brennan and Matt both do exactly the type of character they need. One for short form, one for long. Yeah, it's tough to say, because I think that maybe Brennan's environments are a little deeper, but not that substantially to me. But I also just don't have nearly like the corpus and the breadth of work on Brennan to confidently say. Because as we've just demonstrated, even though I maybe rate Matt's environmental depth a little bit lower, it has its moments. It has a range of examples. I think it's interesting that IMO, both of the public GMs, are head and shoulders more popular than anyone else, are both pretty character heavy. I think there's a takeaway you can have from that, yeah. Dungeon dudes are probably the only ones I can think of that are popular and biased towards environment. All IMO, of course. I will say the seemingly mostly modern, normal-ish locations allow us to inherently add our own context. Also true. That's a very good point, Jonathan Busby. And there's a level of there's a level of, like, not a critique, but there's a level of difficulty there as well. Of if you have an environment that the players are going to be naturally making a lot of assumptions about, that might lead to some weird character interactions. Like I talked about, there's an interaction between Adine and Adine and Fabian during, I think, episode 4, one of the episodes, where Fabian says something to the degree of, what you're saying, there's just a girl in a ball, and Adine responds, you're acting like that's something that is strange or weird. You're acting like magic is so weird. And that is, I think, an example of the internal assumptions of the environment working against itself a little bit. Now, I think that Lou is a master, I'll say it, and spun it very well, spun it as Fabian's personal lack of knowledge about magic. But if I was a betting man, I don't think it started there. I think it started as a real reaction that he thought was reasonable for anyone to have in the setting. And then when she responded with, hey, that's not, he spun it into a personal thing about Fabian. masterful character work, but does have an aspect of commentary on what Jonathan is saying. Who is he? So I can write my name down as Google this dude. Annie Austin. Annie Austin. Big thumbs up. Big thumbs up. You either love or hate him. It's hard to be in the middle. I agree. The Raven Queen Temple was like 2 full sessions out of 6 when I ran a thing in Exandria. Loved that place. It was so sick. So sick. I have all my own answers to all those questions, but they are indeed interesting questions. She almost doubles as an environment, eh? We'll skip ads. 2 to 6 sessions took place in Raven Queen Psyche. That's what I'm saying. Like, and so that's what I'm saying. It's a little bit cheating because it's in her psyche. So it is still character oriented, but it is still also an environment. So I give it a pass. It's cheating, but it's allowed. Has the timeout gone away? It has indeed. I don't know why I'm still awake. So what's this new thing about? Look, man, Fat Yoshi, I can't. The theme streams, I can't be, taking a bunch of time to explain what they're about. Most people that are here know what it's about. They're, can really engage with it. So it's tough. I don't want to totally ignore you, but with these like really hyper themed streams of like, this is a discussion of a specific episode of a series, I'm going to come in, and interact, assuming a level of knowledge. What do you think about D&D stories having commentary, references, real life, or IL adjacent, and people as part of plot? Oh, man. I mean, I will say, this is one of the reasons I want to do less themed streams, is because I think this is a really interesting question that I want to talk about. It's just, these aren't just D&D streams. This is a much more specific stream, so I got to keep it focused on the more specific thing, unfortunately. But I do have an answer to that. I just can't answer it during this sort of stream, Bird. Hi, Bird. So that wraps up my takeaway in terms of how focused Matt is or isn't on the environment. I think he is focused on it. And I want to make that clear that I think that. Because I think that the Halcyon domain is interesting. I think the things that he references are interesting. But when we actually get to them and interact with the environments, they are a little flat, unfortunately. And then, theories. Basically nothing, man. I don't know, man. Hi. Bird is wanting my attention. Basically no theories. There was just not a lot that was really introduced during that session. There were some small things, like part of August's backstory. Trevor, the Triarch, was introduced, but really just not a lot of new things to theorize about, at least in a way that I can feel even remotely confident about. Because although my theories can sometimes be wacky, I always think that they have a decent chance of happening, no matter how wacky they are. And here, the story is so, not convoluted, but just a bit all over the place, frankly, that it's hard for me to draw a line. It's hard for me to draw like a connective thing of like, oh, they started here and then they went there and then they hit this milestone. And it's hard for me to like, draw that like trend line, that like line of best fit, to actually predict or theorize about anything. Because I can theorize about the Firmament's Haro all day long, but then when we actually get there, it's basically nothing. You know what I'm saying? I can theorize all day about what is going to be in the Astro Foundry. But at this point, you know, it's not like what's the point, but it's kind of like I'm not confident that because it's named they will go there, which should never be the case. I don't think just because something's named you should go there. But even if it is named and it sounds interesting and they are going to go there, I still can't be confident that anything worth theorizing about will be there. The only thing I might be able to theorize about really is the Saint. But even that, it's like relatively straightforward with the Saint, you know? The skull of Ashathu of the Broken Coal. He's a silver-tongued devil, spears blasphemy, has begun to infiltrate the halls of Luzal, the Cinnabar region of Amber Reach, before being tried and sentenced to execution. Hey! Like, these are all things that just speak to the apostasy not being, like, entirely the inciting incident, if you know what I'm saying. Like, there's not, which is what we got in the Luzal Monastery. It's like, it's just additional evidence that there was corruption, there was definitely something going wrong, and possibly, you know, a God King Othodias getting tempted by people like this. You know, it was all happening before the apostasy. It wasn't like he was a singular event. And so, and there was something similar, like the place that they're actually going, the Barrow. Where is it? Tomb of the Blessed Branch that was interred within the Barrow of the Blind Repose is the tomb of the heretic Saint Elviar, high in the Idle Hollows. Again, heretical saint. More of kind of what we got from the Luzal Monastery, you know? It is... Yeah. And I feel, you know, I want to theorize. And, like, I want to go into it. But this is truly, like, I don't theorize for no reason. As much as it might seem like it, I always think that the things that I theorize about have a decent shot of happening. You know, maybe not a majority chance, but I think they are likely. And I feel just sort of unmoored at the moment. You know, the story's all over the place. I'm not really getting any, like, new insights into the, like, deeper lore. So it's hard to theorize, unfortunately. Hopefully, episode 4 will give us a little bit more. I think that the only things I might be able to theorize about are, like, August's family, and, like, the Spider Queen. I could do some theories on that. But even that, I just, you know, I would just be going off of fact that she's Spider. And she a little cruel. Like, that would be basically it in terms of, like, the, you know, bearing that I actually have to theorize on. Bro be DMing since he's 17. I've been DMing since I was 14. Does it say that in the description? Did I put something wrong? Oh, I guess I said over 10 years. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, at this point, it's closer to, what would it be? 13? 13 years, somewhere around there. It says 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years, but yeah. You need to understand my existence here is like the meme of reading sports articles titles as if it's fantasy. I don't know, 90% it's just funny to view it in amazement. hey, look, man, that's fair. And I'll let you view it in amazement. I'm just not going to respond. That's the tough part is, I don't want to ignore you, but I have to, If you want to view it like a zoo, that's totally fine to me. Do you subscribe to the theory that 2 missing players are going to replace fallen people, or do you think there is a specific planned entrance? I do not know, man. I am so wildly uncertain. Because my natural inclination would say it's a specific planned entrance. And my intuition would not say that it is that they are just there to replace a dead player. Like those are, so the planned entrance goes with my intuition, but what we have actually seen play out does not fit with my intuition. My intuition, if it was a specific planned entrance, is that it would have happened by now, or at least one of them would have happened by now. So it's a dueling intuition of on one hand, it feels right to me that it would be planned. On the other hand, if it was planned, I feel like it should have happened by now. So I don't know, man. It's hard. I don't feel like I am normally at a place where I really feel like I cannot theorize. I feel like I can make a mountain out of a molehill with the best of them. But I don't even feel like I have a molehill at this point. I got like an anthill at most. And it's hard to make a mountain out of that. I don't know. Yeah. But that's it. I am crossing my fingers. I am hoping that as we do go through these environments, maybe meet people from this new settlement, whatever it was called, Volkioi? I don't remember. The new environment. I'm hoping that as we meet people and traverse through the new environments of Amber Reach, that I will get more. Like, frankly, it'll be a little disappointing if the characters don't learn anything new, right? Because that is ultimately where we're at, is episode 3, I don't really think they learned anything new. In terms of the lore or like the things that you can, do within the lore. And those are the main things that I need to theorize. Or I need, again, like a line of best fit on the plot, which I feel like is swinging all around. So hopefully the plot next time will get more straightened out. I'll be able to theorize on that. And they'll learn some new things so I can build out some of my like Oath of Dais theories. Because at the moment, it's like I still have the Oath of Dais is the Umbra theory. But we just haven't gotten anything that would prompt me to update that theory in any way. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. That's pretty much all I got. Thank you so much for joining. I am going to head out. I will not be doing Critical Eyes on Friday, and I think I'm going to take a week off. I was debating it. I was debating if I was going to reschedule Critical Eyes for like Thursday or Saturday. But I think it's just going to be no Critical Eyes. Especially because, like, I'll be real with you. If whatever news it is from the CT scan, I will probably get it on like Monday or Tuesday. And so I want I don't want to. Next Wednesday is the earliest I probably want to schedule something in case the news is bad. So we'll see. I am cautiously optimistic that it's fine. Mostly because that's a better way to live in the meantime than the alternative, you know? If I just go in assuming things are wrong, even though it's just as likely, that's going to stress me out and put me in a bad mood. So, fingers crossed, we're hoping. And if something is wrong, I don't know if I will be able to do Age of Umbra next week. We'll see. I might. It'll really depend on how wrong. And it'll, yeah. But I'll put out an announcement about that. I'll put out an announcement that I'm canceling Critical Eyes, and put out an announcement that if I need to cancel Umbra. But thanks, Fat Yoshi. I appreciate it. Thanks, Daniel. Yeah. That's throwing yourself into work? Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I can't say. The last time, you know, if it is the worst case scenario, which it could be, I haven't had that worst case scenario since I have been a working adult in any capacity. The last time I had it, I was in school. So I don't know if it'll be throwing myself into work. It'll be a thing that we have to determine in the moment. But with that, I'm going to go walk the dogs. I will see y'all later. Have a good one. And maybe I will be back for a random stream that is not a scheduled stream. Who knows? All right, bye. Goodbye. All right. See ya. Okay, get out of here. Leave. Goodbye. All right.